Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Vanishing Route, Journey Through a Shifting Reality. It started with the bus. I'd left home that morning with the usual mix of excitement and nerves. Cross-country trips always pulled at me, a strange blend of freedom and exile. My bags were packed with too many clothes and not enough snacks, the latter a mistake I'd already regretted once the bus rolled through the endless stretches of highway. I wasn't a stranger to long rides, but this one felt different from the start. Maybe it was the way the sun hit the cracked window beside me, casting weird shadows on the floor. Or the way the few other passengers looked at me, briefly, then away, like they recognized me but couldn't place where. I kept my eyes on the window, watching the landscape slip by in slow motion. Trees that leaned away from the road, their bark rough and peeling. Fields that stretched out, patchy and brown, with shadows from distant clouds drifting over them. Every so often, owls would appear, too neat or too strange, like someone had painted them, but missed a spot. I blinked and they were gone. The man in the seat across from me caught my gaze once. He was bald, with a thin scar tracing from the corner of his mouth down his neck. When our eyes met, he smiled, just a twitch of lips, nothing warm, and looked away. I told myself it was nothing. Just a tired guy on a long ride. But then the landscape changed. Not abruptly, but subtly. The trees got taller, their leaves darker, more dense. The sky wasn't quite the same shade of blue. There was a sharpness in the air, cold and heavy with silence now, something colder I could almost taste, like metal. I pulled my jacket tighter around my arms, even though the bus's air conditioning hummed softly, a thin breeze brushing my skin. I tried to check my phone. No signal. Not unusual for the middle of nowhere, but I felt a prickle of unease. I looked around the bus. Some passengers were dozing, others staring out the windows. Nobody seemed to notice the shift. Nobody seemed to notice anything at all. I turned back to the window and caught a glimpse of a small town, or what I thought was a town. The buildings looked familiar, but wrong. The diner had a faded sign that read Miller's, but it was misspelled Miller's without the apostrophe. The gas station pumps were old, rusted, and the prices for gas were ridiculously low, like from a different decade. I blinked, and the town was gone, replaced by a stretch of highway bordered by thick brush. I tried to talk to the woman next to me. She had a scarf wrapped around her neck, her eyes hidden behind oversized sunglasses even though the sun was dipping behind the horizon. "Excuse me," I said, "do you know where we are?" She shrugged lightly, not removing the glasses. "Somewhere between here and there," she said, voice low, almost dismissive. I wanted to press her, but the bus jolted slightly, and the overhead lights flickered. The hum of the engine dipped for a second and then started up again. My stomach twisted. I looked down at my ticket stub. It said the destination was Oakland, but the driver hadn't announced a stop since we left. In fact, I'd lost track of how long we'd been on the road. The bus clock was stuck at 3:17, same as when I boarded hours ago. I checked the other clocks on the dashboard, on the little screens overhead, but they all displayed the same time. The same exact time. I swallowed hard. There was nothing mechanical about it. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Maybe it was just a glitch, a power outage, or some quirk of the bus's aging electronics. I told myself that. I wanted to believe it. The driver was a woman, middle-aged, with a tired face and a sharp bob that didn't quite hide the worry in her eyes. She glanced in the rearview mirror, catching my look. I thought she might say something reassuring, but she just nodded slightly and turned her attention back to the road. The bus's interior lights flickered again, and the windows suddenly steamed up, blurring the outside world. I wiped at the glass, leaving a streaky handprint, but the condensation didn't clear. The air smelled different now, like wet asphalt and something faintly metallic, like blood, but I pushed that thought away. I wanted to believe I was imagining things. I tried to focus on the passengers again. There was a young woman a few rows ahead, her fingers tapping nervously against the armrest. A man with a baseball cap asleep beside the window, but the cap was old, frayed, with the logo peeling off. Another woman, elderly, clutching a worn leather purse that looked like it had seen better decades. They all seemed detached, as if they were waiting for what, I didn't know. The bus rolled past a billboard advertising a car dealership. The slogan was half peeled and faded, "Drive into tomorrow." I blinked and the words changed, just for a moment, to "drive into yesterday." I shook my head. I must be tired. I tried to sleep, but the bus felt too alive, too watchful. The steady rattle of the tires on the pavement was hypnotic, but the patterns of light and shadow crawling over the seats made it impossible to relax. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard whispers, just the wind outside, I convinced myself. But when I opened them, nobody else seemed to hear anything. The strangest thing was how no one talked about where we were or how long we'd been traveling. The driver never mentioned a stop. The passengers didn't ask. It was as if we were all pretending the journey never had a beginning or an end. I pulled out a notebook from my bag and started writing down observations, trying to anchor myself. The date, the time, the bus number, the license plate. I wanted to prove to myself I was awake, that this was real. A man in a dark jacket got up to stretch his legs and passed by my seat. He smiled, a quick, tight expression, and said, "Long ride, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "Do you know how much longer?" He shrugged and glanced out the window. "Not sure. Seems like we've been moving forever." I nodded, suddenly aware of how dry my mouth was. I sipped some lukewarm water from my bottle. The bus curved onto a narrow road lined with tall fences topped with barbed wire. I frowned. I hadn't seen any fences like that before on this route. The landscape outside was suddenly barren, dusty, with scrub brush and cracked earth. The sky was a dull gray, the sun hidden behind thick clouds that looked heavy with rain. The man who had spoken to me returned to his seat but kept glancing around like he expected someone to follow him. I looked at my reflection in the window. My face was pale, eyes wide, hair mussed from the bus's stale air and the restless hours. I blinked and caught a movement behind me in the mirror. Someone was watching. I turned my head quickly, but the seat behind me was empty. The bus jolted again, harder this time, sending a ripple through the passengers. A few murmured, but no one stood up or looked out the window. The driver didn't flinch. I chewed on my lip, trying to steady my breath. The road ahead stretched into a tunnel of trees that seemed to close in tighter with every mile. The air inside the bus grew colder, the windows fogging more. I wanted to ask questions, to find out where we were, but the words stuck in my throat. Something had shifted, something subtle but undeniable. The bus wasn't just moving through space, it was moving through something else, something I couldn't name. And I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. The door stayed locked. The driver's eyes never left the road. The passengers stared forward. The eyes in the mirror didn't blink. I swallowed hard and forced myself to turn around. It was a woman sitting 2 rows behind me, her face half hidden by a loosely wrapped scarf despite the bus's heating blasting full throttle. Her gaze was steady, unblinking, like a cat's before it pounces. I caught the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth, something almost like a smirk. Then she looked away, staring out the window as if nothing had happened. I rubbed my neck and tried to settle the prickling skin. The sudden chill wasn't from the cold air. I glanced back to the window. The fence was still there, stretching on and on, the barbs glinting dully in the gray light. I'd never seen this stretch of nothingness before. Not on any map, not in the travel app that I'd obsessively checked every couple of hours since the bus pulled out of the station. That app, with its flashing blue dot and calculated arrival times, had stopped updating hours ago, frozen in some kind of limbo. I looked back at the woman. Her name tag, pinned crookedly to her coat, read Mara. I didn't want to ask why she was watching me, but the unease in my chest wouldn't let me be. I slid out of my seat, trying to seem casual, and moved toward the back of the bus. The other passengers were scattered, some asleep, some staring out their windows, others fiddling with phones or books. But none of them met my gaze. It was like they were all carrying their own private secrets, locked away behind tired, wary eyes. I sat next to Mara. She didn't say anything right away. The hum of the bus engine and the soft rattle of tires on uneven pavement filled the silence. Outside, the landscape was shifting again. The cracked earth gave way to a stretch of scrubby pine trees, dark and skeletal. The sky had turned a deeper shade of charcoal, the clouds pressing low. The air inside the bus smelled faintly of stale coffee and something metallic, maybe the brake fluid leaking from the bus's aging systems. It made my stomach churn. "Do you know where we are?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Mara's eyes flicked to mine, sharp and unreadable. "Does it matter?" I wanted to say yes, but the question caught in my throat. I shook my head. "No, I guess. But we're not on the route I expected." She snorted, a dry sound that didn't quite reach her eyes. "No one remembers the route anymore. That's part of the problem." I frowned. "What do you mean?" She leaned in just a little, lowering her voice. "You ever notice how the scenery changes? Not just the usual stuff, I mean subtle things. The same road, but signs flipped around, towns that don't exist, people who don't remember where they came from. It's like we're moving in circles, but no one's admitting it." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't imagining the fences, the strange stretches of land that made no sense. The bus's route had become a maze, and everyone was trapped inside it. "Have you talked to anyone else about this?" I asked. Mara shook her head. "Most don't want to believe it. They think it's just fatigue or stress. Or they tell themselves it's nothing, just a long trip. But I've been paying attention. I've been keeping notes." She pulled a small, battered notebook from her bag and flipped it open. The pages were filled with scribbled observations, times, locations, descriptions of other passengers who appeared and disappeared, strange road signs with names that didn't match any place on the map. I glanced at one entry dated 2 days ago, passenger with red jacket, name forgotten. Appeared at stop that never existed. Bus didn't stop there. I swallowed hard. "You think someone's messing with us?" Mara's eyes darkened. "I don't know. But whoever it is, they're good at keeping quiet. No one talks about it, and the driver acts like nothing's wrong. Like we're all part of some experiment." I looked toward the front of the bus. The driver was a middle-aged man with a lined face, wearing a faded cap pulled low. His hands gripped the wheel with a calmness that bordered on eerie, and his eyes never left the road. I wondered if he ever stopped to rest. The bus jolted suddenly, throwing me against the seat. The overhead lights flickered, buzzing annoyingly. A low rumble sounded outside, like distant thunder, but when I glanced out the window, the sky was still heavy and still. "Did you feel that?" I asked Mara. She nodded. "Yeah. The bus is acting up more than usual." It's like it's straining to keep going. I moved back to my seat, stomach twisting. There was an edge to the silence now, something waiting beneath the surface, a tension that tightened with every mile. I caught the eye of the man who'd spoken to me earlier. He was staring out the window, jaw clenched, hands balled into fists. When I looked away, I caught a glimpse of a tear tracing a clean line down his cheek. I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but when I opened my mouth, no words came. The bus slowed down, then stopped. The sudden halt jolted everyone awake. Outside, the landscape had shifted again, this time to a small, nondescript town. The kind of place that could be on any back road, with a gas station, a diner, and a cracked sidewalk where a few scattered leaves clung stubbornly to the ground. No one moved. The driver didn't speak or open the door. The engine idled, the bus lights casting long shadows across the empty street. I looked around and noticed Mara was watching me, her expression unreadable. "This isn't a real stop," she whispered. "It's a pause. A reset." I stared out at the silent town. The diner's neon sign flickered weakly, the letters opened sputtering like a dying pulse. I could smell the faint scent of fried grease and burnt coffee, but there was no sound, no cars, no footsteps, no distant voices. I felt my throat dry up again. The air on the bus was thick, almost suffocating. The night whispered secrets no one dared to hear. Then, from the back, a voice cracked, quiet, but sharp enough to cut through the silence. "Has anyone been keeping track of the miles?" Heads turned slowly toward the speaker. It was a woman in her 60s, thin and wiry, with eyes that seemed too alert for someone so tired. I hesitated, then nodded. She leaned forward. "Because I have. And the numbers don't add up." Something in her tone made the bus feel smaller, the walls closing in. I swallowed past the sudden tightness in my chest. "What do you mean?" I asked. She pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her coat pocket. "I've been marking every mile, every hour. According to my calculations, we should have been stopped hours ago. But we haven't. And the route keeps changing. It's like we're stuck in a loop, but no one's admitting it." I glanced around. No one disputed her. No one even seemed surprised. A cold wind rattled the bus's windows. Outside, the neon flickered again, the diner's sign pulsing like a heartbeat. I realized then that the bus wasn't just moving through space, it was moving through something else entirely. Time, memory, reality, all shifting like sand beneath our feet. And none of us knew how to stop it. I clutched my notebook tighter, the pages suddenly feeling too heavy in my hands. Mara caught my eye again and nodded. "We need to figure out what's going on before this ride ends, or before it never ends at all." The bus sat silent, engine humming low, like it was holding its breath. Outside, the diner's neon sign sputtered on and off, casting a sickly glow through the grimy window. I could almost taste the stale grease in the air, cold and heavy with silence, mixed with a faint trace of burnt coffee. But there was no steam rising from a mug, no clatter of dishes, no footsteps on cracked pavement. Just the occasional whistle of wind skimming past the empty street. Trust me, I was there. Mara didn't take her eyes off me. Her voice was barely above a whisper when she said, "This stop isn't real. It's a reset. Like a glitch in a system." I wanted to argue. To say a bus trip was just a bus trip. But the way the landscape shifted every time we moved, how the people around me changed like actors swapping roles, there was no denying it wasn't ordinary. I rubbed my hands over my face, the rough fabric of my jacket scratching my skin, and tried to steady my breathing. The air inside the bus was stale, heavy, and I could almost feel it pressing down on my chest. Then the driver's voice cracked through the silence. It was low, uneven, like he'd been holding something back. "Nobody leaves," he said. I blinked. The others shifted, too, as if they'd been waiting for him to say something, anything. His eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, but I caught a flicker of something in his face. Resignation? Fear? I wasn't sure. The bus jerked forward slightly, then stopped again. "No one leaves," he repeated, and this time his voice was colder, more certain. I swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" "We can get off, right? It's just a bus ride." Mara's gaze darkened, and she leaned closer. "That's what I thought, too. But every time someone tries, it's like the bus just won't let them. Not really. The doors won't open, or they forget why they wanted to leave. It messes with your head." I looked at the emergency exit door, its red handle dull under the flickering lights. It was locked tight. I tried pulling it, but it didn't budge. A sharp metallic scent like rust and burnt rubber filled my nostrils, making me flinch. I realized then I'd been holding my breath. The other passengers were quiet, some staring out into the darkened town, others clutching their bags a little tighter, their faces slack and pale. A woman in the back wiped at her eyes, then quickly looked away when she caught me watching. A kid fiddled with a broken headphone cord, his fingers trembling. The bus wasn't just a bus anymore. It was a cage. I pressed my back into the cold window and tried to piece it together. Every mile, the scenery changed. People came and went as if on cue, but no one remembered where we started. No one knew where we were headed. And now, the driver said no one leaves. My hands trembled more than just from cold, and I could taste iron on my tongue. I swallowed again, harder this time. So what happens if we try to get off? Or if we just walk out that door? Mara shook her head. I don't know. No one succeeded. Some say the bus resets the whole trip, erases memories, puts you back at square one. Others think it's some kind of psychological trap, like we're all stuck in someone else's nightmare. I wanted to laugh, but the sound caught in my throat. Who would do that? And why? The driver finally turned his head, his eyes dull and tired. It's not about them. It's about us. I frowned. What does that mean? He didn't answer, shifting his gaze back to the road. The headlights cut through the night, illuminating nothing but endless black. The bus rolled forward again, slow and deliberate. That's when it hit me. The bus wasn't moving toward a place. It was moving away from freedom. I looked at the passengers again. I tried to find someone, anyone with a clue or a plan, but all I saw were shadows of people trapped in their own quiet panic. Mara squeezed my arm. We're past the point of no return, she said softly. I wanted to argue, to find a loophole or a back exit. But deep down, I knew she was right. The truth settled in my chest like a stone. The bus was a loop. A never-ending circuit with no exit. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to will my mind to focus. The hum of the engine, the faint scent of burnt coffee, the flicker of neon lights, it all pressed in around me. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the soft shuffle of feet and the occasional cough. From somewhere near the front, a man cleared his throat. I remember something, he said quietly. Before the trip started. Before any of this. Heads turned. Even the driver glanced back for a second. What? Mara urged. The man nodded slowly. We were supposed to be on a different bus. A normal trip, regular route. But somehow, we ended up here. Here where? I asked, heart pounding. He shook his head. I don't know. But I remember the driver. He looked different back then. Friendlier. More human. Mara's eyes narrowed. So the driver changed? Or the bus? The man shrugged, voice barely audible. Maybe both. Or maybe it's us who changed. Maybe we forgot who we were before we got on. I swallowed again, the metal taste sharper this time. My fingers dug into the seat fabric, nails biting into the rough weave. If we forgot, how do we remember now? The man shrugged again, but his eyes held something like hope. Maybe because someone remembered. Or maybe because the bus wants us to. I shivered, cold seeping into my bones. The idea that the bus might be wanting something, that it had a purpose beyond transporting us, made my skin crawl. Mara stood, voice low but firm. We need to find the driver. Talk to him. Figure out if there's a way off this thing. The others stayed silent, but I could see the flicker of fear in their eyes. They wanted to believe. To hope. We moved forward cautiously, the narrow aisle creaking underfoot. The driver didn't look up, just kept his hand steady on the wheel. Why won't you stop? I asked, voice cracking. He sighed, a heavy sound that seemed to carry years of weariness. Because if I do, we lose control. And nobody knows what comes next. I swallowed hard. What do you mean? He glanced at me, eyes dark and tired. We're not just passengers. We're part of the bus. Every stop, every reset, it's a test. A way to keep us moving forward, even when the road doesn't make sense. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. What happens if you fail? He smiled, a thin, humorless curve. Then we stay here. Forever. The bus jolted again, lurching forward into a stretch of road lined with trees that looked too perfect, too identical. The headlights sliced through the fog rolling in from the edges of the road. I looked at Mara. Her jaw was tight, eyes fixed on the driver. We have to try something, she said. Before it's too late. I nodded, though my hands still shook. The air was thick with tension, every breath sharp and shallow. The bus wasn't just a vehicle anymore. It was a trap, and we were the prey. The driver's voice cut through the silence once more. No one leaves. And this time, I believed him. The man's words hung in the stale air like a bad smell. Maybe we forgot who we were before we got on. I stared at the patchwork fabric of the seat in front of me, the threadbare texture rough under my fingertips. The bus hummed steadily, its engine a dull drone that filled the silence between those words. The faint scent of stale coffee and something metallic lingered, like the inside of a locker room after a long day. I swallowed hard, the metal taste sharper now, as if my mouth itself was turning on me. If we forgot, how do we remember now? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. No one answered. The man, whose name I'd learned was Carl, just looked out the window, eyes glazed but focused on something farther down the road, something none of us could see. Mara's gaze locked on me, sharp, probing. Is this some kind of trick? She said. Some game you're playing? Her voice cracked slightly. I couldn't tell if it was anger or fear. I shook my head, trying to keep still. My hands trembled, fingers twitching against the rough fabric. I felt exposed, like the bus had suddenly become a glass box and we were all trapped inside it, sliding deeper into some kind of nightmare we couldn't wake from. The bus jerked slightly, a shudder that ran through the floor and up my spine. Outside, the landscape was shifting again. Trees that had been thin and leafless a moment ago thickened into dense evergreens. The sky had gone from twilight to a heavy, bruised purple. I blinked, trying to hold on to the moment. Somewhere behind me, a child whimpered softly. I turned back to Carl. "What do you mean the driver looked different?" I asked. "What did he look like before?" He hesitated. "Less like a stranger," he said slowly. "More like someone who knew where he was going." He rubbed his hands together, the skin dry and cracked. "Now, he's mechanical. Like the bus itself. No expression. No change." I glanced toward the front. The driver's silhouette was stiff, unmoving, hands gripping the wheel with a white-knuckle grip. His eyes didn't meet mine when I dared to look. I had this sudden, sick feeling that the driver wasn't even human anymore. But that sounded ridiculous, and I pushed the thought away. Maybe the bus is broken, Mara said, voice low, almost a confession. Like a clock stuck on one time. "We're just caught." The word echoed inside me, a cold pebble sinking deeper with every beat of the engine. I tried to remember where I'd gotten on. The city had seemed normal, a little worn, but normal. Now, everything was off. The streets outside were lined with buildings that looked familiar but wrong. Like memories blurred at the edges. I looked at the other passengers, scanning faces for something, anything solid. A shared memory, a clue. But they were all just shadows. Hollow eyes. Empty smiles. Or worse, blank expressions that didn't even pretend to care. The bus groaned as it took a sharp turn. The lights flickered. A cold draft slipped through the cracked window near the back, carrying the faint smell of wet asphalt and gasoline. I pulled my jacket tighter, a futile shield against the creeping chill. "Do you think anyone's trying to keep us here?" Carl's voice was almost a whisper, but it cut through the noise. "Like it's intentional?" I wanted to say no. I wanted to believe this was some kind of terrible accident, a series of bad luck and confusion. But the pieces weren't adding up. The driver's blankness, the changing scenery, the passenger's forgetfulness, it felt orchestrated, like we were all part of a twisted experiment. "Maybe," I said. "But who? And why?" Mara leaned forward, elbows on her knees. "And what if there's no way out?" The thought hit me like a punch. No way out. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. The bus took another curve, and the windows fogged over, blurring the outside world into a smear of dark shapes and neon streaks. I closed my eyes for a moment. The hum of the engine, the soft shuffle of feet, the occasional cough, it was all I could hold on to. A sudden movement jolted me upright. From the row ahead, a woman I hadn't noticed before stood up abruptly. Her eyes were wide, frantic. "We should stop," she said, voice shaking. "We have to get off. Now." "Where?" Mara snapped. "There's nowhere to go. The driver won't stop." The woman's gaze flicked toward the front, then back to us. I saw the driver talking to someone. Not one of us. Her breath came out in quick, ragged bursts. Someone in a uniform. He wasn't supposed to be here. I felt the room tilt inside me. A uniform? What kind? She shook her head. "I don't know." Bad light. But it wasn't the driver's usual look. The bus creaked again, lights flickering as if struggling against some unseen force. The air thickened. I could taste the tension, bitter and sour. "Do you think the driver's working with someone?" Carl asked, voice grim. The bus hummed along the cracked highway, its engine a low, steady drone that pressed against my skull like a dull ache. Outside, the landscape stretched out in the same monotonous rhythm, scraggly trees, patches of dry grass, a few scattered houses with chipped paint and sagging porches. I stared at the window, watching the world blur by, but the familiarity was a lie. I knew it now. Nothing was what it seemed. Every mile felt like a repetition, every face a mask. I rubbed my arms, cold despite the thin blanket wrapped around my shoulders. The air inside the bus grew stale, smelling faintly of worn leather and something sour, old sweat or forgotten lunches. The lights flickered unevenly overhead, casting shadows that danced just beyond the edge of my vision. I blinked hard, trying to clear the fog in my mind. The bus wasn't just moving through space, it was moving through some kind of loop, a trap I couldn't escape. I glanced at the other passengers. Some were asleep, heads resting awkwardly against windows or each other. Others stared blankly ahead, as if waiting for something, anything, to break the endless circuit. But no one spoke about it. No one remembered where we'd started. No one knew where we were headed. Even the driver was a ghostly figure, eyes fixed on the road, lips pressed into a thin line. I swallowed hard and stood, the bus swaying beneath my feet. I needed to talk, to shake someone out of this fog. I moved toward the back, where a woman with tired eyes was sitting alone. She looked up as I approached, her mouth parting slightly, but she said nothing. "Do you know," I began, my voice rough and uncertain, "where we are? Where this bus is going?" She shrugged, her fingers tightening around the strap of her purse. "I don't know. I don't remember getting on. I just woke up here." A chill ran down my spine. Me too. I've been trying to figure it out, but every time I think I have an idea, the scenery changes. The people change. It's like we're stuck. Her eyes flicked toward the window, where the world outside had shifted again. The trees were taller now, the sky a dull gray rather than the pale blue from earlier. "I thought I was losing my mind," she whispered. "Maybe we all are." I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her words settle around me. We were prisoners of something human, something unseen but relentless. Not ghosts or spirits, but people, maybe those who drove this bus, or those who planned this endless journey. The thought made my stomach churn. I sank back into my seat, the worn fabric rough against my skin. The hum of the engine filled the silence. Then, faintly, I heard it, a voice, low and hesitant, coming from the front. I turned, squinting against the flickering light. "Hey!" It was the driver, his voice cracking through the quiet. I don't know how to say this, but maybe you're right. We're not going anywhere. Not really." The bus fell still, the engine's hum fading like a dying breath. Passengers stirred, eyes wide, breaths held. "I've been driving for hours, days maybe. I can't tell." His hands gripped the wheel so tightly they turned white. I thought it was just me losing it. But it's not. It's all of us. A ripple of murmurs spread through the bus, disbelief, fear, something raw and exposed. For the first time, the barriers between us cracked. We were no longer strangers trapped in silence, but people linked by the same terrifying truth. I swallowed again, heart pounding. What do we do? How do we stop this? He hesitated. "I don't know. I've tried pulling over, but there's nowhere. The bus won't stop, not really. It just keeps going. And every time I look back, the people around me are different. Or they've forgotten. Like it's a new trip every time." I closed my eyes, imagining a loop, a circle with no beginning or end, and the faces changing like pages torn from a book and shuffled without order. "Then maybe," I said slowly, "we have to remember. All of us. Together." A woman near the aisle nodded, wiping tears from her cheeks. But how? How do we hold on to something when this place keeps erasing it? I looked around, meeting eyes that flickered with hope and despair. We talk. We share what we know. No more silence. And so we did. One by one, stories spilled out, fragments of memories, names, places, moments from before the bus. It was messy, disjointed, sometimes conflicting. But it was real. It was ours. Hours passed. The bus rolled on, the scenery shifting but our voices growing stronger, more insistent. We made a pact, a fragile promise to hold on to each other's stories, to remind one another of who we were and why we mattered. To fight the erasure with memory. At some point, the dawn cracked open outside, pale light spilling across the horizon. The driver glanced at me, a tired but genuine smile breaking through his weariness. Maybe this is the start of something. I nodded, feeling something I hadn't in a long time, a flicker of hope. The bus was still moving. The road was still endless. But maybe, just maybe, we weren't alone anymore. I settled back into my seat, the rough fabric scratching my skin but grounding me in the present. The scent of coffee from a thermos nearby curled in the air, mingling with the faint smell of rain on the windows. A distant dog barked. The world was still out there, somewhere beyond the glass and steel. And for the first time, I believe we could find it again. Find a way off this looping nightmare. Together. Story 2, Frozen Veil, Isolation Shifting Grip. The first night in the cabin was colder than I expected. I had come here for a break, or at least that's what I told myself on the drive up the winding mountain road. A chance to unplug, to settle into quiet. The city noise, the endless chatter of emails and calls, had worn me thin. I pictured mornings with strong coffee in a chipped mug, afternoons lost in a book by the frost-laced window, evenings wrapped in a thick blanket, watching snowflakes drift down like slow-motion confetti. Simple. Peaceful. Instead, the silence pressed in so hard it felt almost physical. Not the good kind of silence either, but the kind that tightened around your throat, made you swallow hard to remind yourself you were still breathing. The snow started falling late afternoon, just as I was unpacking. Not a soft flurry but a determined, steady fall that thickened quickly. By the time I had the fire going in the stove, after wrestling with the damp kindling that smelled faintly of moss and old bark, the windows were already frosted over, obscuring the forest outside. The trees looked like ghostly silhouettes, as if the storm had swallowed the color whole. I tried to shake off a creeping unease. It was probably just nerves. I was alone, yes, but I wasn't a child. I'd spent enough nights in strange places to know that the mind tended to invent things when it was bored or tired. Still, I found myself glancing toward the door more than once, thinking I heard something, a crack of wood settling, a whisper of wind through the gaps in the siding. I laughed at myself, a short, brittle sound. Get a grip. I muttered it under my breath, but it didn't help much. By the time I crawled into bed, the storm was in full swing, wind howling like a pack of wild dogs, snow slamming against the roof in heavy drifts. The cabin groaned under the weight. Outside, the world was a white blur. I pulled the covers up to my chin, the scratchy wool rough against my skin, and closed my eyes. That's when I noticed it, the smell. At first, I thought it was just the burning wood, but it was different. A faint, sour tang that didn't belong. Like something damp and decaying, buried beneath the fresh pine scent. I sat up, heart quickening, and listened. Nothing. Just the wind. I told myself it was silly. Maybe a forgotten log, wet and rotting in the firebox. I didn't want to think about mice or anything worse crawling around in the walls. Sleep came with a reluctant, uneven pace, broken by dreams I couldn't quite grasp, faces hidden in snow, footsteps circling the cabin, voices calling my name just out of reach. When I woke, everything was quiet again. The storm had softened to a gentle hiss. Morning light filtered weakly through the thick frost. I opened the curtains to a world I didn't recognize. The snow had swallowed the path I'd walked the day before. The trees seemed shifted somehow. Not in a dramatic way, but subtle. The big pine that I was sure stood to the left of the cabin was now closer to the right. Branches that had been bare were suddenly heavy with snow. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Maybe I'd gotten turned around. It was still early, after all. I made coffee and tried to focus on the mundane, the bitter taste of the first sip, the warmth of the mug against my palms. I flipped through the small binder of emergency instructions left by the previous tenant, noting the phone numbers and the nearest town, just in case. But the number for the town had a digit missing. I stared at it longer than I should have. How could that be? Maybe in the sprint. I jotted it down, then cross-checked it with the note stuck to the fridge. That one was different, too. The address was incomplete, the street name smudged beyond legibility. I frowned. I had to be imagining things. Still, a gnawing suspicion settled into my chest. Later, I bundled up to check the perimeter. The snow was soft and deep, muffling my footsteps. I followed what I thought was the trail back to the road, but the forest seemed to twist around me, paths I was sure had led one way now bending unexpectedly. A small cairn of stones I'd built near a tree the first day was nowhere to be found. I stopped and looked around. The trees stood motionless, their heavy branches dripping snow like cold, white tears. A distant bark echoed faintly, but it was too far to be comforting. I felt a prickle of awareness crawl under my skin. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed the lock on the door. It wasn't damaged, nor forced, but the bolt was slightly ajar, as if someone had been inside. I shook my head, telling myself I must have forgotten to slide it fully closed. Inside, the sour smell had returned, stronger now. I moved through each room, checking doors and windows. Nothing else seemed out of place. The stove still warm, my boots by the door. I even tested the phone again, no signal. I sat on the edge of the threadbare couch, wrapping my arms around myself. The silence pressed in again, thicker than before. This time it felt deliberate, like the cabin was holding secrets close to its chest. I found myself wondering if I'd actually been alone here at all. Footsteps. No, just in my head. I tried to call my sister when I finally got some weak signal on my phone, but the call dropped after a few rings. Must be the weather, I muttered. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. Not from the shadows, but from just beyond them. Waiting. The wind rattled the window panes and I pulled the curtains tight, but the unease didn't ease. Instead, it settled deeper, like a weight pressing from behind my own eyes. And then I saw it. A single set of footprints leading away from the cabin, partially covered but unmistakably fresh. They started at the edge of the porch and disappeared into the thickening woods. I didn't hear anyone arrive. Silence. Complete silence. I wasn't sure if I wanted to follow them or run in the opposite direction. I stayed inside, lights low, watching the snow fall in restless, endless waves. The landscape outside shifted once more, like it was breathing, watching me back. I couldn't tell if I was losing my mind or if the cabin was holding me in place, slowly unraveling everything I thought was real. The storm wasn't just outside. It was inside. And I wasn't sure which was more dangerous. The night stretched on, thick and heavy. I sat with a cup of lukewarm coffee, the bitterness clinging to my tongue, my hands wrapped around the mug to stop them from shaking. The storm outside wasn't letting up. Snow piled against the windows, smudging the landscape into something unrecognizable. I blinked, then rubbed my eyes. When I looked back, the trees seemed to have shifted slightly, though I couldn't say how or why. Maybe it was the snow, settling unevenly, or the way shadows stretched in the low light. But the feeling was unmistakable, something was wrong. By dawn, I was restless. The cold had seeped into my bones, making me ache in places I didn't remember hurting the day before. I decided to check the footprints again, despite the nervous knot in my stomach. I dressed in layers, pulling my jacket tight around me, and stepped outside. The air hit me like a slap, sharp and biting, with the faint scent of pine and frozen earth. The snow had filled in some of the tracks, but not all. The prints were deeper now, as if whoever or whatever had walked here was heavier than me. I followed them carefully, eyes scanning the tree line, ears straining for any sound other than the snow crunching beneath my boots. The footprints led to a clearing I hadn't noticed before, a small hollow carved between two ancient pines. The ground was disturbed, almost like someone had been digging, but there was nothing there except for a scattering of broken branches and a patch of dark, damp earth. I knelt down, brushing snow off the ground until the cold mud clung to my fingers. The smell was earthy, raw, something primal that stirred a dull unease in my chest. I stood up quickly, glancing around. The wind shifted, carrying a faint, distant sound, a dog barking? Or maybe a shout? I couldn't tell. It was swallowed almost immediately by the howl of the storm. Back inside the cabin, I double-checked the locks and windows. Everything was secure, but the feeling of vulnerability lingered like a shadow behind my eyes. I tried to steady my breathing, telling myself I was overthinking it. I had to be rational. People didn't just appear out here in the middle of a blizzard without reason. And yet, the footprints. The hollow in the woods. Something was definitely watching. I looked around the cabin for something useful, anything that might help me make sense of this situation. There was a radio, an old battery-powered model that crackled with static whenever I turned it on. I fiddled with the dials, hoping for a weather report or any sign of a nearby town. Instead, I got nothing but bursts of unintelligible noise and a faint voice that disappeared as quickly as it came. I pulled out my phone, but the screen was dead. No signal. No hope of reaching anyone. The cold had drained the battery faster than I expected. I tossed it onto the table with a soft clatter. The absence of connection felt like a physical weight, pressing down on my chest. I remembered the book I'd found in the cabin's small library, some local history about the area. The pages were yellowed and brittle. As I flipped through, I read about isolated homesteads, lost hikers, and strange disappearances over the years. Nothing supernatural. Just people alone, vulnerable, sometimes vanishing without a trace. That detail gnawed at me. Alone. Vulnerable. Vanishing. The wind picked up again, rattling the cabin walls. I pulled my jacket tighter, eyes flicking to the window. For a moment, I swore I saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line, hunched and still. When I blinked, it was gone. "You're imagining things," I whispered to myself. But the tremor in my voice betrayed me. I tried to call out, my voice cracking as it filled the empty space. No answer. Nothing but the storm's relentless roar. I sank into the armchair, the fabric rough against my skin, and tried to calm down by focusing on the small details, the scent of pine cleaner I'd used earlier, the faint creak of the wooden beams settling, the uneven rhythm of the heater humming in the corner. I told myself I'd wait until morning, that I'd investigate the clearing again when the light was better. But the night stretched long, and sleep wouldn't come. In the early hours, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch, light, hesitant, deliberate. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The storm was so loud I couldn't be certain, but there was a rhythm to the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, slow and methodical, as if someone was pacing just beyond the door. I grabbed a flashlight and moved silently toward the entrance. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the thick snow piled against the steps. No footprints. No sign of anyone. I stepped outside, heart pounding in my ears. The cold bit into my cheeks, and the snowflakes melted on my eyelashes. The world was empty except for the storm and the snow, endless and indifferent. On the porch, I noticed something new, a small, folded piece of paper tucked beneath the welcome mat. My hands trembled as I picked it up, fingers numb and clumsy. The paper was damp and slightly torn, but the writing was clear. "You're not alone." The words were simple but heavy. A promise, a warning, or a taunt, I couldn't tell. I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my coat pocket, feeling the weight of it like a stone against my ribs. Returning inside, I locked the door behind me and slid the bolt home. The storm outside howled louder, pressing against the cabin walls like a living thing. I sat back down, heartbeat loud and irregular, and stared at the note, trying to make sense of what it meant. Who was watching me? Why leave a message like that? And how had they gotten here without me hearing a thing? The questions spiraled, unanswered and urgent. I wasn't just trapped by the storm anymore. I was trapped by something or someone who knew I was alone out here. And they were playing a game I didn't understand. I could feel it in the air, thick and suffocating. The gathering storm wasn't just outside. It was inside me, too. Crowing, waiting. I didn't know how long I could hold on before everything unraveled. But one thing was clear, I had to find out what was really going on. Before it was too late. The cabin felt smaller now, walls closing in, shadows stretching longer. I wasn't just a visitor here. I was a prisoner. And the next move wasn't mine. The note sat on the rickety table, its edges curling slightly from the damp air that had crept in through the cracked window frame. Outside, the storm screamed. Wind clawed at the cabin's thin walls with a fury that promised no reprieve. I pressed my forehead against the window, trying to peer through the swirling white veil. The landscape beyond was a shifting ghost, snowdrifts rising and falling like tides, trees bending and straightening in an endless, maddening rhythm. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. The forest wasn't just silent anymore, it was watching too. I pulled away, the chill from the glass biting into my skin. The idea that someone had been here, watching me, maybe even inside the cabin, sent a wave of nausea through me. But how? The door had been locked tight since I barricaded it. The windows, too. And the snowstorm outside was relentless. No one could approach without leaving a trace, footprints, broken branches, disturbed snow. Yet, there was the note. Clear proof someone was here, or had been. And the message itself was a trap, a cage. My mind jerked back to the strange sounds from last night, the faint thud against the wall, the rustling just beyond the porch. I had convinced myself it was the storm. But now, I wasn't so sure. I needed answers. Desperately. The cabin's dim light flickered, casting long, twisted shadows on the wooden walls. The ceiling groaned as the wind battered the roof. I moved to the door, ran my fingers along the bolt. Locked. Solid. But the sense of safety it should have offered was gone. I paced. Then stopped. Listened. A barely audible crunch. Snow shifting outside. Footsteps? No. Too irregular, uneven. Then another sound, soft, deliberate. A low tapping at the window. My breath caught. I didn't want to look, but I did. Slowly, cautiously, I edged toward the window and peeked through the frost. Nothing. Just the blank white expanse, the skeletal limbs of pine trees shaking in the gale. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Was I imagining it? The way the snow seemed to pile unevenly, as if footprints had been erased by the wind. The way the trees leaned in one direction, then suddenly appeared to shift again when I looked away and back. I wasn't sure anymore what was real. I pulled the curtains closed, heart hammering against my ribs. The cabin felt smaller, suffocating. My hands shook as I checked the locks again. The note burned in my pocket. I pulled it out, reread the message. "You're never leaving." No, that wasn't true. I had to leave. I had to. Morning came slowly, a pale wash of gray light filtering through the frost-covered windows. The storm had quieted overnight, but the silence was worse, like the world was holding its breath. I packed my meager supplies, double-checked the maps and compass. If the storm had passed, maybe I could slip away before whoever was out there came back. But then I noticed something else. The snow outside the cabin, footprints. Not mine, not from animals. Human footprints. They circled the cabin in a bizarre pattern, some leading away, others doubling back toward the woods. And the marks were too fresh to be from before the storm. Someone had been here. Recently. I froze, the compass dropping from my numb fingers. The footprints weren't random. They formed a deliberate, almost ritualistic path around the cabin's perimeter. Like a warning. Or a trap. I wanted to call out, to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I stepped outside, the snow crunching beneath my boots. The cold sliced through my jacket, sharp and immediate. I followed the trail, heart pounding, every nerve screaming. At the edge of the clearing, the footprints stopped abruptly. No sign of anyone else. Just the wind whistling through the bare branches. I looked around, searching for something, anything that might explain the strange pattern. Then I saw it. A small pile of stones stacked carefully, balanced in a way that defied the chaos of the storm. A marker. Not natural. Someone had left a sign. I knelt, fingers trembling as I touched the cold stones. Beneath them, half buried in snow, a second note. My breath caught as I unfolded it. "You don't remember because you're not meant to." My mind swirled. What did that mean? Had I forgotten something? Was I losing my grip on reality? I looked back at the cabin. The door was shut tight, but I could swear I heard voices inside, whispers, barely audible, but there. Or maybe the wind had tricked me again. I was alone, wasn't I? Or had I ever been? The realization hit me like a punch to the ribs. I wasn't just trapped by the storm. I was trapped by whoever or whatever was out there. Someone who knew me, who knew how to mess with my head. I stepped back, the snow crunching under my boots louder than it should have. The cold seeped into my bones, but it was the creeping dread inside that made me shiver. There was no going back. No running from this. I had crossed some invisible line. Something had changed, and I could feel the weight of it pressing down, relentless and merciless. I reached the cabin door and slammed my shoulder against it. Locked, as always. The windows rattled in their frames. A shadow moved just beyond the glass. I spun around. Nothing. But I wasn't fooling myself. Not anymore. Inside, the cabin felt like a cage closing tighter. Outside, the storm was quiet now, but the threat was closer than ever. I was trapped. No way out. And now I knew why. The game had begun. And I was the only player. The question was how long I could keep playing before I lost the last pieces of myself. The cabin door groaned under the weight of the storm's silence, the snow having settled into a heavy hush outside, almost as if the world was holding its breath. I wasn't imagining it. Had to be someone. No, not just someone. Someone who knew the cabin, who knew me. Someone who'd been waiting. That thought settled over me like ice water, freezing my limbs and tightening my chest. I swallowed hard against the bitter taste in my mouth and stepped back, boots crunching loudly in the snow. The noise felt excessive, like a mistake, too loud for the stillness that had swallowed the woods whole. Inside the cabin, the air was stale, thick with the smell of damp wood and old smoke from the fireplace's last flicker. I flicked the switch for the overhead light. It sputtered, then steadied, casting a pale yellow glow over the cracked plaster walls and the threadbare rug that had seen better days. The silence in here was different, less forgiving than outside. It pressed in on me, mocking the emptiness. I paced the small room, hands clenched into fists at my sides, ice darting to every corner. The windows trembled with the wind's faint return, the glass blurring with frost creeping from the edges. My mind replayed the earlier moment over and over, that shadow just beyond the doorframe, the way the snow had crunched too loudly, and the locked door that refused to budge. I was trapped. Not by the storm. Not by the cabin. But by someone who wanted me here. I ran a shaky hand over the rickety table, the rough surface catching on my skin. A sudden noise made me jump, a faint scraping sound from outside. My breath hitched, and I pressed my ear to the window. Snowflakes drifted against the glass, but beyond them, I could hear it again. Scraping. Deliberate. Slow. A rhythm in the quiet. Who's there? I called, voice cracking. No answer. Just the scraping, moving around the corner of the cabin. My pulse thudded painfully in my temples. I wanted to believe it was the wind, a branch brushing against the wood, but I knew better. And that thought, knowing I was being watched, toyed with made my hands tremble. I tore my gaze from the window and went to the small kitchen area, checking the pantry. Canned goods, a few stale crackers, and a half-empty bottle of water. Not enough for long. Not with someone out there, someone who could be waiting for me to weaken. I sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, rubbing my face with both hands. The cabin felt smaller, the walls closing in. My thoughts scattered like the snowflakes outside, impossible to catch. Yesterday, the trail I thought I'd followed, the one leading to the road, had vanished. Trees shifted positions between the hours, or maybe my eyes tricked me. The footprints in the snow I'd seen earlier? Erased, replaced by new ones that didn't match my own. Someone had been here, after all. Watching. Waiting. The question was how long before they made themselves known. The lamp flickered again, and shadows danced wildly on the walls. My gaze locked on the corner where the light was weakest. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure, just a silhouette barely there, before it disappeared as the bulb steadied. I blinked, willing my mind to dismiss it as another trick, but the seed of fear had taken root. I heard a low sound coming from the other side of the cabin, near the back door. A soft thud, then silence. I froze, listening. The storm outside had quieted, but inside, the cabin was alive with threats I couldn't see. I moved cautiously toward the door, every step sticky with dread. My hand hovered over the knob, hesitating. The lock was old, but it held. Whoever was out there couldn't get in, at least, not easily. I could use that knowledge to calm myself. Should. Instead, my fingers trembled so hard I almost dropped the flashlight I held. I clicked it on, the beam slicing through the darkness outside the small window and set in the door. Nothing. Just swirling snow and the skeletal branches of trees bent under the weight of ice. Then, a whisper. So faint I thought it was the wind at first. But no, it was a voice, low, deliberate. "Why don't you come out?" I spun around, shining the light into every corner, every shadow. The room remained empty, but the voice lingered in the air, tangible and cold. My chest tightened. Whoever it was, they weren't just outside. They wanted to get inside. Wanted me out there with them. I edged back to the kitchen counter, heart hammering. I needed to think, to plan. But the more I tried to hold on to logic, the more the memories tangled. The snowstorm had been relentless for days, but the calendar on the wall was stuck on the wrong date. I checked it twice. Was it yesterday or the day before? Had I even been outside since the storm started? My own recollections felt like fragments of a dream, slipping away the moment I tried to grasp them. The phone was dead. No signal for miles. The radio was a useless relic with no batteries. The isolation was absolute. I sank to the floor, back against the wall, the flashlight beam trembling in my grip. The voice came again, clearer this time, closer. "You can't stay here forever." I swallowed against a lump in my throat. "Who are you?" I called, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. Only silence. Then footsteps, muffled on snow, retreating slowly into the night. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the wind, a hallucination born from my exhaustion. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Someone was out there. Someone who had been watching me, learning my patterns, testing my limits. And now, they were playing with me. The weight of that realization hit me harder than the cold ever could. I was no longer just trapped by the storm. I was a prisoner in a game whose rules I didn't understand, facing an opponent who controlled everything I saw, heard, and remembered. I closed my eyes, trying to steady the shivering that racked my body. There was no way out tonight. No escape through the blizzard or the locked door. Only waiting. Only watching. Only the slow, suffocating unraveling of everything I thought I knew. Then, a sudden knock at the window. Sharp. Deliberate. 3 taps. I froze, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin despite the chill. The storm was quiet. The cabin was still. But someone was very close. And the game was far from over. The knock came again. I wanted to believe it was a trick of my mind, a lingering echo from the exhaustion that had stolen my nights and blurred my days. But the knocks had been too precise, too unrelenting. Someone was out there. Watching. Waiting. I backed away from the window, my breath fogging the cold glass. The cabin felt smaller than ever, the walls closing in with the weight of unseen eyes. The lock clicked again in my memory, the way it had been tampered with, the faint scratches around the latch. Someone knew this place as well as I did now. Maybe better. I sat down heavily on the edge of the battered armchair, the rough fabric scratching against my skin through the thin layers of my shirt. My hands trembled, fingers twitching as if reaching for something to steady me. The room smelled faintly of burnt wood and stale coffee, remnants of better days when warmth and comfort still meant something. Now, even the air seemed heavier. I considered calling out. "Who's there?" My voice cracked like dry branches breaking. Silence. Complete silence. The only sound was the occasional groan of the cabin settling against the wind's pressure. I told myself to breathe. In. Out. In. Out. The rhythm was a small anchor in the chaos swirling around my mind. But even as I tried to focus, memories shifted beneath me like quicksand. The trail I had found yesterday, was it really there? Or had I imagined the footprints leading away from the cabin? The notes taped to the inside of the door, were they mine, or someone else's cruel joke? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. I had to find a way out. Not just of this cabin, but of the maze inside my own head. Morning came reluctantly, a pale gray light filtering through the frost-covered windows. The snowstorm had passed, leaving a brittle silence in its wake. I opened the door cautiously, the cold biting through my jacket immediately. The world outside was unrecognizable. The trees were twisted, their branches bent like broken ribs. The snow lay thick and undisturbed except for one set of footprints leading away from the cabin. They were fresh, but unlike the trail I had followed before. These prints were larger, heavier, and they disappeared abruptly at the edge of the frozen creek. I followed them. The cold bit harder with every step. My boots crunched against the icy crust, the air sharp and clean but carrying an undercurrent of something foul, rotting leaves, damp earth, something decayed buried beneath the snow. The footprints led me to a small clearing where the ground was bare, the snow melted away by some unseen heat. At the center lay a bundle wrapped in a tattered tarp. My hands trembled as I pulled it free. Inside, a worn leather journal, its pages yellowed and edges frayed. I flipped it open, the ink faded but legible. The entries were chilling. They spoke of someone watching from the trees, studying the cabin's occupant with patient cruelty. Details I recognized, my routines, the food I ate, the books I read. The writer's words twisted with paranoia and fear, but beneath it all was a cold calculation. Someone had been here long before me, trapped in the same nightmare. A sudden noise broke the stillness, a twig snapping somewhere behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, searching the tree-line for movement. Nothing. Just the wind sighing through the branches. I closed the journal quickly and tucked it inside my coat. The realization hit me like a wave. I wasn't the first to be trapped, and whoever was out there wasn't just toying with me. They were waiting, maybe even watching, letting the storm do their dirty work. Back at the cabin, I barricaded the door with a heavy chair, my breath visible in the frigid air. I sat by the window again, journal open on my lap, reading and rereading the entries as the hours stretched on. The cabin's silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the weight of unseen eyes and whispered threats. I couldn't trust my memories anymore. Was that knock real? Had I heard footsteps in the night, or just my own mind unraveling? The line between reality and nightmare had blurred to the point where I couldn't tell which side I was on. But one thing was clear, I had to survive. For myself, and for whoever had come before me. Days later, the snow began to melt, revealing the scars of the storm. The footprints were gone, washed away by the thaw, but the journal remained a testament to the terror beneath the surface of this wilderness. I packed what little I could carry, slipping the journal into my backpack. As I stepped outside, the cold air bit again, sharper this time, but I welcomed it. The world was vast and uncertain, but it was real. And I was still here. The forest was quiet, but I kept moving, eyes alert to every sound and shadow. I knew the threat wasn't over, not really. Whoever had been watching wasn't gone. But I had something now, knowledge, a story to tell, and a will to fight the isolation that had nearly swallowed me whole. The snow melted, but the echoes remained. And so did I. Each step forward was a small victory, a defiance against the silence that tried to claim me. The path ahead was unknown, but for the first time, I felt ready. Story 3, Fateful Fare, Hitchhiker Foretells Doom. I never thought a 15-minute detour on a Thursday evening could feel like the longest drive of my life. The highway was mostly empty, the kind of quiet that settles in when the sun's just gone down and the streetlights haven't quite caught up. I was heading home, windows down a crack because the air smelled like rain and dry grass, a weird mix, but oddly comforting. The low hum of tires on asphalt, the soft rattle of the dashboard, and a distant dog barking somewhere past the trees were the only sounds. Then I saw them. A figure standing just beyond the shoulder, thumb out, backlit by the last slant of daylight. I slowed, glanced in the rearview mirror, and blinked. The person looked young, maybe mid-20s, wearing a worn gray hoodie pulled tight around their face, the hood shadowing sharp eyes that caught the light like they were waiting for me to decide something. I hesitated. It felt like one of those moments you replay later, wondering why you didn't keep driving, but I pulled over anyway. "Hey," they said, voice soft but clear. "Could you give me a lift? I'm just going a few miles down the road." I glanced at the rearview mirror again, caught an odd flicker in their eyes, like they already knew something I didn't. Still, I unlocked the doors, the lock button clicking in the quiet car. "Sure. Hop in." They slid into the passenger seat without a word for a moment, the smell of damp wool and something faintly metallic clinging to them. I tried to ignore the way my skin prickled, the hair at the back of my neck standing just a little too straight. People hitchhiking around here weren't unheard of, but after dark, that was different. I reminded myself it wasn't a bad neighborhood, not really. Just a small town with more stories than it had streetlights. "Thanks," they said, voice low, eyes fixed on the dashboard. "I'm Alex." I nodded, not sure what to say next. "I'm Mark." We drove on. The road stretched ahead, a ribbon of cracked asphalt bordered by thick woods that smelled of pine and old leaves. The car's heater ticked in with a soft beep, fogging the windows slightly. Outside, the sky was deepening into navy, the first stars poking through. "So," I started, "what brings you out here tonight?" Alex shrugged, their eyes flicking to the side, catching mine in the mirror. "Just trying to get home." "You?" "The usual. Work, then home. Nothing exciting." They chuckled quietly, a sound that didn't quite reach their eyes. "Yeah, me too. Except, I guess my home's a bit further than you think." I glanced over. "Oh." They nodded slowly, as if weighing whether to say more. "I'm moving soon. Something big's coming." Sounds impossible, but it happened. Things won't be the same after. I frowned, brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" Alex leaned back, hands in their lap. "There have been a few incidents lately, small ones, but they're signs. Like cracks in the pavement before an earthquake." I know it sounds crazy. I shook my head, a little unease settling in my stomach. "I don't follow." "Listen." Their voice dropped to a whisper. "Tomorrow, there's going to be a flood near Mill Creek. It'll catch people off guard. The river's already swollen, but no one's paying attention. Then, in 2 days, a power outage will hit the north side, lasting several hours, maybe even a day." I blinked, wondering if they were joking. "How do you know that?" Alex's eyes locked with mine. "I watch the patterns. I listen. I've been right before. Not always, but enough to know when something's coming." The car seemed suddenly too small, the air heavier. I swallowed hard, fingers tightening on the steering wheel. "That's pretty specific." They nodded once, sharply. "I thought you'd want to know." The radio flickered on, a crackling news bulletin interrupting the soft music I'd started. The announcer's voice was calm but urgent, warning of rising water levels near Mill Creek. My breath caught. I glanced at Alex, whose expression was unreadable. "See," they said softly. "It's already starting." I tried to steady my voice. "Okay, but how do you know all this? Are you part of some emergency team or something?" Alex shook their head. "No. Just information." I keep track of local reports, social media, even some government alerts. I piece it together. I wanted to believe them, but a nagging doubt crept in. Why come to me? Why tell me all this? My mind scrambled for answers while my hands drummed on the steering wheel. We drove on in silence, the tension thick enough to taste like copper and rain. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that stretched and recoiled like they were alive. I felt suddenly exposed, as if the quiet town itself was holding its breath. At the next exit, I slowed, ready to let Alex out. "Thanks for the ride," they said, voice steady. I hesitated. "Wait. Do you want me to do something? Tell someone? Help?" Alex's lips twitched, but it wasn't a smile. "Just be ready. That's all I ask." The door opened, and they stepped into the dark, swallowed instantly by the night. I sat there a moment longer, the engine ticking as it cooled. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling dry leaves against the curb. My hands trembled despite myself. Something was wrong. I could feel it in every quiet sound, every shifting shadow. And I wasn't sure if Alex had just warned me or set something in motion. The engine had barely cooled before I was out of the car, the cold night air prickling at my skin like tiny needles. I climbed back in and started the engine, headlights cutting through the blackness, but I didn't drive away. Instead, I pulled over at the next open spot, a cracked curb beside a shuttered convenience store. The hum of the fridge units inside buzzed faintly through the glass, mixing with the distant howl of a dog somewhere down the block. My mind chased the conversation with Alex like a swarm of restless flies, circling, stinging. "Just be ready," they had said. Ready for what? A disaster? A trap? Both? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was caught in a net I hadn't seen being cast. I fumbled for my phone, thumb hovering over the call button for Mom. She'd always been my go-to for grounding, but as the screen lit up, doubt crept in. Could I even explain what was wrong without sounding like I'd lost my mind? The last thing I needed was to be dismissed or worse, worried. I locked the phone and settled for a search. The town had been quiet lately. Too quiet, maybe. But what if Alex's warnings weren't random? What if there was something real, something I was missing? The first prediction Alex made about the water main break downtown had already happened. News reports flooded my feed in the morning, pictures of flooded streets and angry, stranded commuters. I had driven past the chaos on my way home, the smell of wet asphalt and damp earth thick in the air. It was all too precise. I searched for any recent news on other potential threats, anything that might match Alex's other warnings. Then I found a small, almost buried article about a chemical spill at the local factory, something the public hadn't been fully informed about. The article mentioned a faulty valve that had leaked a non-toxic but highly reactive substance into the air for a few hours. No one was hurt, but the plant had shut down temporarily for inspection. My stomach clenched. Alex had talked about a second event, something tied to airborne hazards. Was this it? Or worse, was something about to happen again? I shut the phone off, the silence suddenly too loud. My hands trembled as I rubbed my palms on my jeans, trying to will the unease away. I was chasing shadows. Or maybe someone was chasing me. The next morning came with a dull gray sky and a drizzle that soaked through my sleeves. I decided to visit the factory. Not because I believed Alex, I wasn't sure what to believe anymore, but because I needed to see for myself. I needed to know if this was all coincidence or something darker. The factory sat on the edge of town, its brick walls stained from years of neglect. The air smelled faintly of oil and rust, and the ground was littered with dead leaves and scraps of metal. I walked toward the entrance, the crunch of gravel underfoot loud in the quiet morning. A man in a yellow vest was standing by the gate, clipboard in hand, watching me approach. His face was weathered, his eyes tired but alert. "Can I help you?" he asked, voice rough. I hesitated. "I'm just curious about the spill. Heard about it in the news. Thought I'd check it out." He studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Not much to see now. All cleaned up. Safety inspectors came through yesterday." I noticed the way he glanced over his shoulder, like he was expecting someone or something. "Any chance you know what caused the valve to fail?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. He shrugged. "Old equipment. Sometimes things break. Nothing deliberate." But there was a flicker in his eyes, a shadow that didn't quite fit the words. I wanted to press further, but the sound of a truck rumbling down the road distracted me. The man's gaze shifted sharply before he muttered, "You best be careful poking around. Not everything here's as it seems." The warning hung in the air, thick and heavy. Back in my car, the radio crackled with a weather alert. Heavy rains forecasted for the next few days, with potential flooding in low-lying areas. The same neighborhoods Alex had mentioned. The timing was too exact to ignore. I tried to call a friend, someone who understood local infrastructure, but the line went straight to voicemail. Another call to a local news station led nowhere. The reporter sounded distracted, anxious. As I sat there, the rain tapping rhythmically on the windshield, my thoughts spiraled. Was Alex trying to warn me? Or manipulate me? Were these disasters inevitable, or could I stop them? The line between help and harm blurred. I wasn't sure who to trust anymore, not even myself. Later that afternoon, I found myself at the town library, scrolling through archives and old reports about past accidents and infrastructure failures. Patterns emerged, subtle but undeniable, small incidents, each followed by a larger one, almost like dominoes falling in a carefully arranged sequence. I traced back a few years, each event eerily predicted by someone who always seemed just out of reach. Names, dates, places all connected in a way that defied coincidence. A faint shiver ran down my spine. Someone had been watching, waiting. And somehow, I was part of it now. The librarian, a quiet woman with sharp eyes and a soft voice, noticed my intensity. "You look like you're chasing ghosts," she said gently. I laughed, a short, bitter sound. "Maybe I am." She hesitated, then slid a folded newspaper article across the table. "Read this. It might help." The headline was simple: "Unexplained patterns in town disasters raise questions." I unfolded the paper, eyes scanning the words. The article detailed a local journalist's investigation into a series of accidents, each seemingly random but linked by an anonymous source who'd hinted at their timing and nature days before they happened. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just about Alex or me anymore. Someone else was in the background, someone who wanted these disasters to happen, or at least didn't want them stopped. The rain outside intensified, drumming against the library windows like a warning. I glanced around, suddenly aware of every creak and whisper in the old building. Was I being watched here, too? My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "They're coming. You can't stop it." I stared at the screen, breath shallow, fingers trembling. Who was they? And what did they want with me? A cold knot tightened in my chest. This was no longer about warning or helping. It was about control. And I was caught in the middle. I closed the newspaper carefully, the words blurring as my vision tumbled. The storm outside was gathering, and so was whatever waited in the shadows. I had to find Alex again. The rain hammered against the library's windows with a sudden ferocity that made me jump. I blinked hard, trying to clear the blur creeping into my vision. That text, "They're coming. You can't stop it," was still glowing on my phone screen like a live wire. I didn't dare swipe it away. Not yet. The words felt like a trap closing in, but I couldn't look away. I pressed my fingers to my mouth, tasting the bitter tang of adrenaline and stale coffee. The library smelled of damp paper and old wood, but there was something else, a faint metallic hint in the air, cold and heavy with silence, like iron rusting slowly. I twisted in my chair, glancing toward the darkened stacks. Shadows pulled between the shelves, thick and watching. The storm outside muttered warnings I couldn't quite decipher, but inside, the silence was worse. Complete silence. My phone buzzed again. Same number. "You're deeper than you think. No turning back." I swallowed hard. The knot in my chest tightened until it felt like my ribs might crack. I was trapped, caught in a web I hadn't even seen being spun. The city outside was still pulsing with life, oblivious to the threat lurking just beneath the surface. I wondered if Alex was out there, too, like a ghost fading into the night, unreachable. I stood up, nearly knocking over my chair. The floor creaked, loud and accusing. I paced the cramped room, fingers trailing along the rough plaster wall, feeling every uneven bump. There was no way to ignore this anymore. Every prediction, every disaster, every warning was connected. Someone was orchestrating this chaos, but why? And how? I flicked on my phone's flashlight and scanned the library's dark corners. The beam caught a thin layer of dust motes swirling in the air, catching the light like tiny specters. The place felt alive, watching me. I could almost hear a whisper, soft and mocking, slipping through the rain's roar outside. "You can't run." A sudden thought stabbed through me. What if this unknown enemy wasn't just watching but inside? Someone who'd been close all along. It made my skin crawl. Then my phone buzzed again. A message, but this time it was a picture. I tapped it open. The image was grainy, shot from some hidden angle. It showed me, me walking down the street earlier that day, the rain just beginning to fall. I stared at it, breath hitching. Someone had been following me. Tracking me. The text accompanying the photo read, "You're on the clock. Do what you must." I dropped the phone onto the desk, heart hammering so loudly I was sure it would shatter the quiet. I pressed my palms into my eyes. What did that mean? What was I supposed to do? I'd already crossed a line the moment I picked up that hitchhiker. There was no going back. The storm outside was a frenzy now, gusts rattling the windows and sending rainwater racing down the glass like frantic tears. I remembered the hitchhiker's words, the way they'd smiled with that unnerving calm, as if they knew the city's every secret. "I'm not here to scare you," they'd said, voice low and steady. "I'm here because you can help. Or because you're the only one who can. Help. Or manipulation." The idea made my skin tighten. I wanted to believe they were trying to save lives, but the more I thought about those disasters, the more they felt like pieces moving on a chessboard, pieces I was now forced to move. I glanced at the clock. Midnight. The hour when the city's shadows seemed to sharpen, as if every hidden thing was waking up. I needed to find Alex. I had to. If anyone understood this nightmare, it was him. But my phone buzzed again before I could call. Another message, a short sentence. "Alex isn't coming. He's part of it now." I staggered back, knocking over a stack of books. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the stillness. Alex was part of it. No, that couldn't be right. I shook my head, but the thought stuck, bitter and invasive. Was I just a pawn? Was Alex too? A slow, sinking dread settled in my gut. The hitchhiker's knowledge, the disasters, the timing, the warnings wasn't just about saving anyone. It was about control. Control over me, over Alex, over the city. I tried calling Alex, fingers trembling as I punched in his number. Straight to voicemail. Again and again. No answer. No message. Just the cold, robotic beep. The storm's howl seemed to grow louder, filling the room. I walked to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. Outside, the streets were slick and empty, the world holding its breath. I could still hear distant sirens, a reminder that the disasters had already begun, or were about to. The phone buzzed again. This time, a new message: you don't have to be their puppet. But you have to choose. Join us or stand aside. The words blurred on the screen. Join us? Who was us? The hitchhiker? Alex? The shadowy force pulling the strings? I swallowed down the panic boiling up inside me. I wasn't ready to be part of their game. But could I walk away? Could I even escape? My hands trembled as I locked the phone and shoved it into my pocket. The library's old wooden floor creaked beneath my feet as I moved toward the exit. I hesitated. Behind me, the dark stacks loomed like silent sentinels. Ahead, the storm was a wall I'd have to break through. I stepped outside. The cold rain hit me like shards of glass, soaking through my jacket and chilling me to the bone. The streetlights flickered, casting long, sickly shadows on the pavement. I pulled my collar up, eyes scanning the empty road. In the distance, a figure moved. Slow, deliberate. I froze. It wasn't quite human, or maybe it was too human. Something about the way they walked made my skin crawl. Then the figure stopped and looked up. The streetlight caught their face. It was the hitchhiker. They smiled. And that smile was no longer friendly. It was a promise, a warning, and a challenge. I took a shaky breath, heart pounding in my ears. The point of no return wasn't just a phrase anymore. It was my reality. I was in this, deep. And whatever game had started, it was only getting darker. I couldn't run. I couldn't hide. Not now. Not ever. The rain hammered down without mercy, turning the street into a slick mirror reflecting the broken street lamp's sickly glow. I gripped the collar of my jacket tighter, trying to steady the tremor that racked my hands. The air smelled of wet asphalt and something else, something metallic and sharp that set my teeth on edge. From somewhere close, a dog barked, sharp, urgent, then silence. Complete silence. The kind that presses in from all sides, swallowing every other sound. The hitchhiker's eyes caught mine, dark and unreadable. You're still wondering, aren't you? Their voice was low, almost casual, like the worst news was just another Tuesday. Why I know what I know. Why I'm here. I nodded, though my throat was dry and stiff. Why me? They took a slow step forward, water dripping from their soaked jacket. Because you're the only one who's listened. The only one who's close enough to act. Act? I echoed, my voice breaking. Why would I do any of this? Why would I? You don't have to do anything, they interrupted smoothly. But you will. You already are. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold but from the weight of those words. It wasn't a threat, exactly. It was something worse, an inevitability, a trap tightening around my ribs. I wanted to back away, run into the storm and disappear, but my feet were glued to the spot. Listen, the hitchhiker said, voice dropping just enough to be almost intimate, I'm not your enemy. Not really. I've been trying to warn you, to give you a chance. But the disasters, I whispered, all those things you said would happen, they did. Exactly. How? They shrugged, like it was no big deal. Patterns. People's choices. Weaknesses. You and I were all part of the same machine. It's just a matter of knowing which gears will grind next. I blinked against the rain, trying to digest that. Patterns. Machines. People's choices. It was unsettling, but maybe it made sense. If disasters weren't random, then maybe someone could predict them. But to know every detail, every moment before it happened, that wasn't just prediction. That was control. Control? I repeated, voice barely audible. The hitchhiker smiled again, but now it was colder, more like a warning. Exactly. You don't have to believe me. But soon enough, you'll see. You're part of it, whether you want to be or not. A sudden crack of thunder splintered the sky, and the street lamp flickered violently before going dark. We were swallowed by shadows, the rain louder now, hammering down like relentless fingers drumming on my skull. I swallowed past the lump in my throat and forced myself to speak. What do you want from me? They stepped closer, close enough that I could smell the damp earth and something faintly bitter, like old coffee, on their breath. I want you to understand. To choose. You can keep running or you can decide what happens next. But every second you waste doubting, the worse it gets. My mind spun. Had I really been doubting? Or was I just terrified? The hitchhiker's words felt like a puzzle piece clicking into place, but the picture was ugly and wrong. Why me? I said again, voice harsher this time. I'm nobody. Just a guy driving home, trying to get through the night. They laughed, but it wasn't light. It was hollow and dark, echoing off the wet buildings. Nobody? You'd be surprised how many nobodies end up shaping everything. I wanted to argue. To tell them I wasn't their puppet, that I wouldn't be part of whatever twisted plan they had. But the rain was cold, and my hand shook so badly I couldn't even light my cigarette. I hated that I wanted one. I hated that I needed something to steady me. So what now? I asked, voice cracking. Do you just keep telling me what's going to happen? Or do you want me to stop it? The hitchhiker's eyes gleamed. Stop it? Sometimes stopping one disaster means starting another. You can't untangle everything without breaking something. I looked away, the wet street reflecting the storm clouds like a dark mirror. I thought of the people who'd been hurt, the buildings that had crumbled, the chaos that had spilled into the streets. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The real darkness was still ahead. You think I'm the one who causes these things, I said quietly. Is that it? You want me to believe I'm the villain? They shook their head. No. You're the key. The one who can decide which path we take. But you're scared, and that's the problem. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. Maybe I am scared. Maybe I don't want to be the one who decides. But I'm not going to let you or anyone push me into it. For a moment, the rain softened to a drizzle, and the world felt unbearably still. Then the hitchhiker tilted their head, that unsettling smile curling whiter. Good. Fear is necessary. It keeps you sharp. But don't let it paralyze you. Because the clock is ticking. A distant siren wailed, twisting through the wet night air. My stomach clenched. The storm wasn't just outside, it was inside me now, and I was standing in the eye of it, waiting for the next move. I'm done running, I said, voice firmer, though doubt still gnawed at the edges. If this is a game, then let's see who really holds the cards. The hitchhiker's smile flickered, almost like respect. Finally. I was wondering when you'd say that. I took a shaky step forward, rain dripping off the edge of my jacket, cold seeping into my bones. The night wasn't over. Not by a long shot. And I had no idea how much darker it could get. The rain had stopped, but the night held onto its damp chill, seeping into the cracked window pane beside me. I kept turning over the night's conversation with the hitchhiker, their words like a slow drip, each one carving deeper grooves in my mind. Fear keeps you sharp. That smile, too wide, too knowing, still haunted the edges of my vision. It wasn't just a smile, it was a challenge, a promise, and a warning all rolled into one. I thought I had the upper hand, but I wasn't so sure anymore. The morning crept in gray and hesitant. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat by the window, watching the damp streets glisten under the weak sunlight, the smell of wet asphalt mingling with brewing coffee from a nearby cafe. A newspaper slid under my door, headlines screaming about the tornado that had ripped through the outskirts of town. Just as the hitchhiker had predicted. I traced the words with a trembling finger, the ink rough against my skin, and wondered if I was the only one who saw the invisible puppet strings pulling the city's fate. I knew the hitchhiker wasn't supernatural. No ghosts, no curses. Just a person, a dangerous one, who had somehow tapped into the undercurrents of this town's fragile balance. Someone who saw disasters like a map, like a game. But why? And how? I tried calling the police, but my voice broke as I recounted everything. The predictions, the strange knowledge, the cryptic threats folded into offers of help. The officers exchanged looks that said I was chasing shadows. I wasn't surprised. Who would believe me? So, I did what felt natural. I started looking. Notes, news reports, social media chatter, anything that could confirm the hitchhiker's chilling accuracy. Each disaster was a thread that, when pulled, unraveled a pattern too deliberate to be coincidence. It wasn't luck. It was control. And control terrified me more than the disasters themselves. The next day, I found myself walking the streets, the texture of the cracked sidewalks rough under my worn shoes, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked leaves. People bustled past, oblivious to the ticking clock the hitchhiker had warned me about. I saw them, the elderly woman with her groceries, the teenagers laughing by the corner store. Their lives were unwitting pieces in a puzzle I didn't want to solve but had to. I caught a glimpse of a flickering streetlight. It was broken, the bulb sputtering like a failing heartbeat. I stared at it longer than necessary, the unease settling in my chest. It was the same streetlight the hitchhiker mentioned, the one that would darken just before the blackout. I remembered their voice then, low and steady. You're part of this now, whether you want to be or not. That was the scariest part. Not the disasters. Not the knowledge. But the realization that inaction was complicity. Or maybe worse, the hitchhiker wanted me to act. To choose. To decide which domino fell next. I spent hours pacing that afternoon, the rough plaster of the walls scraping my fingertips as I leaned against them, trying to steady my thoughts. I tasted the bitterness of my own fear on my tongue, the sharp tang of adrenaline mixed with exhaustion. I could almost hear the distant echo of the hitchhiker's voice, whispering in the silence. It was then I understood. The hitchhiker wasn't just a messenger or a manipulator. They were a mirror. Reflecting my own doubts, my own darkness. They forced me to see the cracks I tried to ignore. That evening, as twilight bled into night, I made a call. Not to the police. Not to anyone who might dismiss me. To the city's emergency coordinator. My voice was rough but steady, sharing what I knew, what I feared. The coordinator listened, skeptical but respectful enough to investigate. For the first time, I wasn't alone. Days passed with a strange kind of quiet tension. The city braced itself, eyes peeled for the next sign. And when the blackout came, silent, sudden, a shroud over the streets, I wasn't paralyzed. I was ready. I helped neighbors find flashlights, led families to safer spots, my hands steady despite the cold sweat on my back. That night, I saw the hitchhiker again. Or maybe, I imagined them. A shadow slipping past the streetlight, the faint scent of rain and something metallic lingering in the air. Their smile was gone, replaced by something unreadable. "Not bad," they said, voice low, almost approving. "You're learning." I didn't answer. Instead, I watched the city breathe under the dark, knowing I was part of its pulse now. The hitchhiker faded into the night, leaving behind a silence that was no longer waiting, it was watching. Weeks later, the town began to mend, but the fractures remained not just in buildings, but in trust, in certainty. The hitchhiker's predictions had come true, but my choices had made a difference. Maybe not enough, but enough to prove that the line between victim and participant was thinner than I wanted to admit. I'm not sure if the hitchhiker will return, or if the disasters will stop. What I know is that I can't go back to sleep, to ignorance. The clock keeps ticking, but now I hold a part of the time in my hands. And fear? It still lives inside me. But it's quieter now, less a cage, more a compass. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the distant hum of a storm forming somewhere beyond the horizon. Story 4, The Resonant Theater, a melody that steals minds. The day started with a knock I wasn't expecting, sharp and polite, like a librarian's cough. I was sitting at the kitchen table, half-heartedly stirring my lukewarm coffee, when the sound came. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, the kind of white that filters through clouds just before a rainstorm, but no rain yet. The air smelled faintly of wet pavement and something sweet, maybe the bakery 2 blocks down, or the jasmine vine tangled around the fire escape. I stood and opened the door to find a woman holding a clipboard, her expression neutral but her eyes lively, the kind of eyes that seemed to be sizing you up, cataloging you silently. "Hi," she said, voice calm but insistent. "I'm from the Resonant Institute. We're conducting a study on auditory perception. Have you heard of the Resonant Theater?" I blinked, unsure how to answer. The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't say why. Maybe from a flyer or a passing mention in the local paper. "I think so," I said cautiously. "It's that old music hall downtown, isn't it?" "That's right," she said. "We're running some experimental sessions there. Volunteers listen to a new sound we've developed. It's supposed to have interesting neurological effects. We're looking for participants." I hesitated. I don't usually sign up for things like this. But there was something about the way she spoke, clinically yet oddly inviting, that made me nod before I'd fully thought it through. "Great," she smiled, handing me a form. "Here's some information. The sessions are short, about an hour. You'll listen through headphones in the main hall. We record brain activity, heart rate, that kind of thing. Nothing invasive. You'll get compensation, of course." I took the paper, feeling the smooth weight of it, the faint scent of ink and something metallic. My fingers lingered on the edge. "When does it start?" "Tomorrow evening. 7 o'clock. Just bring yourself. Wear comfortable clothes." I nodded again. "Sounds interesting." She gave me a small, tight smile and left, the door clicking shut behind her. I stood there for a moment, the kitchen suddenly too quiet, the smell of coffee turning bitter in the air. That night, I lay awake, listening to the faint hum of the city. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. The air in my apartment felt too still, like it was holding its breath. I tried to push the thought away of what, I wasn't sure, and eventually drifted off. The next day passed in a blur of routine. I worked at the bookstore, shelving and reshelving, the scent of old paper and dust thick in the air. I told a few coworkers about the study to see if they thought it was a scam or something harmless. Mostly, they shrugged, some interested, most indifferent. One of them, Lucy, gave me a look when I mentioned the Resonant Theater. "Be careful," she said, voice low. "That place has a weird history. Closed for years after some incidents. They say people who went there started acting strange." I laughed it off, but the words settled in my mind like a stone in a shoe. Strange how rumors stick, even when you want to ignore them. That evening, I arrived at the theater just as the sky was bruising purple and blue with the last light of day. The building loomed, its facade cracked and peeling, the marquee lights flickering faintly. The air smelled of damp wood and dust, with a faint undertone of something metallic, like old pipes or iron. Inside was colder than I expected. The grand hall was cavernous, the seats empty and silent except for the soft buzz of equipment set up near the stage. A young man, probably in his mid-20s, greeted me with a nod and led me to a chair in the center of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. He handed me a pair of over-ear headphones that felt surprisingly heavy and cool to the touch. "Just relax," he said. "We'll start in a minute." I leaned back and closed my eyes. The room's silence pressed in around me, punctuated by the faint creak of old wood and the distant drip of water somewhere in the shadows. Then, the sound began. It was a melody, but not like any I'd heard before. Low and wavering, like the hum of a cello stretched thin. It wrapped around my head, shifting and twisting in ways that made me feel unsteady, as if the floor beneath me might tilt without warning. I tried to focus on the music, tracing its curves and rises, but my thoughts slipped away like smoke. My mind raced with possibilities. Minutes passed, or maybe seconds. Time felt slippery. The notes moved through me, sometimes soft as a whisper, then rising sharp and clear, almost too bright. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, a kind of buzzing that crawled under my skin. When the sound finally stopped, I opened my eyes slowly. The room seemed different, somehow colder and more distant. The man was watching me, expression unreadable. "How do you feel?" he asked. I blinked, trying to find the words. "A little off," I said. "Tired, maybe. And kind of fuzzy." He nodded. "That's expected. Some people report mild disorientation, memory lapses. Nothing serious." I wanted to ask more, but my mouth felt dry and slow. I stood up, the floor steady beneath my feet but my head swimming. Outside, the night had deepened. The street lamps flickered, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked pavement. Walking home, I noticed small things I hadn't before, the odd way a streetlight buzzed overhead, the smell of wet leaves mixed with gasoline, the distant wail of a siren fading into silence. I tried to replay the melody in my mind, but it slipped away, elusive and ungraspable. At home, I searched for the name of the study online, but nothing came up. No mention of the Resonant Institute, no record of the sessions. Just a few scattered forum posts about the theater's reopening and some vague speculation about experimental art projects. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. Maybe I was just tired. Or maybe it was nothing. Yet, as I lay in bed, the silence felt heavier than before. My thoughts didn't settle. There was a hollowness, a missing piece I couldn't name. And somewhere, deep inside, a faint melody whispered one I couldn't quite remember. The morning came quiet, but not peaceful. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, not just about the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, but about myself. Bits of my day yesterday felt fractured. Conversations I couldn't quite piece together, faces I should remember but didn't. It was subtle, like the difference between a familiar smell and a forgotten dream. I forced myself out of bed, the cold floor biting at my bare feet. The kitchen smelled faintly of stale coffee and something metallic, maybe the leaky faucet I'd meant to fix for weeks. I flicked on the radio, hoping for static or something mundane to anchor me. Instead, a dull hum filled the room, quiet but persistent. I turned it off. On a whim, I pulled my phone out and opened the Notes app. The only entry was a single, incomplete phrase, "Do not trust the melody." I didn't remember typing it. The words felt urgent, like a warning I'd left for myself, but I had no recollection of when or why. I decided to reach out to someone who might help. I needed answers before the fragments slipped further away. My fingers hovered over the contacts list. I chose Sarah, the only person I trusted to listen without judgment. She'd been there when I signed up for the study, skeptical but supportive. Her voicemail picked up on the third ring. I left a short message, my voice uneven, lacking its usual confidence. "Sarah, it's me. I need to talk. Something's wrong with the study. Call me back." Afterwards, I sat by the window, watching the city wake up. The air smelled like rain, fresh but heavy, and somewhere nearby, a dog barked sharply, breaking the stillness. I tried to recall the details of the session at the Resonant theater, the lab, the headphones, the technicians. But the memories were like sand slipping through my fingers. Then the phone buzzed. A text from Sarah. "Saw your message. Meet me at the cafe on 5th and 30? Relief flooded through me. I grabbed my jacket, took a deep breath, and headed out. The cafe was small and dim, the kind of place with chipped wooden tables and the faint smell of burnt espresso. Sarah was already there, her brow furrowed as she flipped through a notebook. When I slid into the seat opposite her, she didn't waste time. "You sounded weird in your message. What's going on?" I hesitated, then told her everything, the strange melody, the memory gaps, the feeling that the study wasn't what it seemed. Sarah listened intently, her eyes sharp, her fingers tapping the table restlessly. "We need to find out who's behind this," she said. "That theater, the Resonant Institute, you said there's no record of it?" "Nothing. I checked again this morning. It's like it doesn't exist." She frowned. "That's impossible. There's always something, company registrations, permits, social media mentions." I nodded. "Exactly. But what if it's deliberate? Like they want to stay hidden?" Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and then back at me, her expression darkening. "My sister works for a local news outlet. I'll see if she can dig up anything." We sat in silence for a moment, the hum of conversation and clinking cups around us fading into background noise. "Have you noticed anything else? Maybe physical symptoms?" Sarah asked quietly. I touched my temples. Sometimes a dull ache, and my hands tremble when I try to focus. It's like something's erasing pieces of me. She nodded slowly. "Sounds neurological. Are you still hearing the melody?" "Not really. Just shadows of it." Sarah's gaze sharpened. "I want you to record any of it you can remember, even if it's just fragments." I made a mental note. But the more I concentrated, the more the melody slipped away. After the cafe, we parted ways with a plan to dig deeper. I walked home through streets now bright with morning light, but the shadows of doubt clung to me. At the corner, a man stood under the flickering street lamp, his face obscured by a hood. He didn't move as I passed. His stillness felt deliberate, unsettling. I quickened my pace. Back in my apartment, I sat at the desk, pulled out a notebook, and tried to write down everything I could recall about the study. The technicians' faces, the odd equipment, the sound's peculiar qualities, high-pitched undertones, a rhythm almost hypnotic. But the words felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I found myself staring at the ceiling, a cold draft brushing against my neck. The silence was oppressive. It pressed down, thick and suffocating. Then, faint but unmistakable, the melody returned not from anywhere in the room but inside my head. Soft. Insistent. Cold. I covered my ears, but the sound persisted, a ghostly loop that refused to let go. Panic rose in my chest. I knew then this wasn't just a study. It was a trap, designed to rewrite me from the inside out. The phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging. You don't want to disappear. I stared at the screen, hands trembling uncontrollably this time. My breath hitched. The walls seemed to close in. Someone was watching, and they wanted me to vanish. I couldn't tell if it was paranoia or reality anymore. My reflection in the window looked back at me, a stranger's face, eyes wide with fear. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, and sat back down. The melody played on. No more running. I had to find out who was behind this before the music erased me completely. But with every note, the line between myself and the silence thinned dangerously. I wasn't sure how much longer I had left. The phone buzzed again. The words hit me like a cold wave. No turning back. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing heavier. The melody, the relentless, insidious melody, was still playing, but now it felt like a countdown. I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to block it out. The sound wasn't just in the room anymore. It was inside me, burrowing deeper than I thought possible. I could almost taste it, metallic, like pennies left too long under a heat lamp. It coated the back of my throat, thick and clinging. I shook my head, trying to clear it, but the taste lingered. Time to face this head on. I couldn't run. Not anymore. I pulled my laptop toward me, fingers fumbling over the keys. I sifted through the files I'd downloaded from the Resonant Theater's system before I left. There were layers of encrypted data, but I cracked a few. Mostly audio samples, frequency charts, and what looked like medical notes. A lot of jargon I didn't fully understand, but certain phrases stabbed through: neurological modulation, cognitive suppression, identity erasure. I reread that last one twice. Identity erasure. Like I was being erased right now. I scrolled down to a long PDF labeled Project Harmonia Preliminary Report. The document was dense, clinical, but a single paragraph froze me. The experimental application of targeted sonic frequencies induces a gradual breakdown of neural pathways associated with memory retention and self-perception. Subjects exposed to the harmonious sequence will experience incremental loss of autobiographical memory, leading to full cognitive dissociation within 72 hours. The process is irreversible. 72 hours. I had less than 3 days before they finished rewriting me. The melody wasn't just a sound, it was a tool. A neurological eraser in disguise. I slammed the laptop shut. My hands shook so badly I had to grip the edge of the table to steady myself. I looked around the room, the shadows suddenly feeling hostile. The faint hum of the heater was the only other noise, but it sounded distant, as if muffled by a thick wall. I could still hear the melody in my head, looping endlessly like a cruel mantra. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was an invasion. A slow invasion. I needed help. someone who could understand what was happening. I thought back to Dr. Larkin, the lead scientist on the project. He'd seemed cautious, even uneasy the last time I saw him. Maybe he wasn't part of the conspiracy. Maybe he was a way out. I dialed his number with trembling fingers. The phone rang twice before a voice answered, clipped and tired. "Larkin," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause. Then, "Who's this?" "It's me. From the study." Something's wrong. The sound, the melody, it's erasing me." The line went silent for a moment. Then he sighed. "You shouldn't have called." "What do you mean?" I pressed, heart hammering. "You don't understand what you're involved in. The project isn't what it seems. We're not just studying sound. We're weaponizing it." My stomach twisted. "Why? Who's behind this?" "Government contractors. They want a clean way to remove threats. People who can't be silenced by traditional means. Is there a way to stop it?" "No," he said flatly. "Once the sequence starts, the damage is done. You're already too far in." I swallowed hard, trying to summon some courage. "Can you help me?" "Anything?" Another pause. "There's a safe house. A place with soundproofing so intense it blocks all frequencies. If you can get there before the melody rewrites your mind completely, you might buy some time." "Where?" "I'll text you the address. But it's risky. They're watching. You can't trust anyone." The call ended before I could say anything else. My fingers hovered over the phone, breath shallow. The melody surged inside my skull, louder now, almost mocking. I looked at my reflection in the window again. The face staring back was less mine than before, features blurring at the edges like wet ink. The eyes, though wide, desperate, were still me. For now. I grabbed my coat, heart hammering against my ribs. Outside, the night was damp, the smell of rain and exhaust filling the cold air. The city felt different now, hostile, as if every shadow had a watcher. I pulled the collar tighter, trying to block out the cold or maybe the sound. I couldn't go back to my apartment. It was already compromised. The safe house was my only chance. As I locked the door behind me, a sudden thought struck me. What if the melody had already begun to erase parts of me I couldn't remember losing? Maybe I was already halfway gone, and that stranger in the window was the ghost of the person I used to be. I stepped into the night, the distant wail of a siren cutting through the fog. The melody followed in my mind, relentless. No escape. No pause. Only forward. And somewhere deep inside, a small, stubborn part of me refused to disappear. That flicker of defiance pulsed stronger than the haunting tune. I clenched my fists, grounding myself in the present, determined to reclaim the fragments slipping away. The night stretched before me, uncertain, but still mine to navigate. The alley was narrower than I remembered, walls closing in with peeling paint and cracked bricks. A stray cat darted past, its eyes glinting like shards of glass, unbothered by the shadows that clung to me. I breathed in the damp air, sharp with the scent of rain yet to fall. Somewhere nearby, a clock chimed midnight, each toll a reminder of the time I'd lost and the time I still had left. Ahead, a figure emerged from the haze. Tall, with a jacket pulled tight against the chill, the silhouette hesitated before stepping into the dim glow of a street lamp. It was Mara. Her eyes caught mine, flickering with that same mix of wariness and something softer, hope, maybe? Or was it just another layer of armor? "I thought you wouldn't come," she said, voice low but steady. "I thought I wouldn't either," I admitted, the words tasting like ash. "But here we are." She glanced around, wary of the night's unseen eyes. You still carrying that weight? I nodded, feeling the familiar ache press down like a stone in my chest. Every step. But maybe it's not just a burden anymore. Mara took a cautious step closer, her breath visible in the cold. Maybe it's the spark. Before I could answer, another figure appeared, this one younger, with restless energy in his stride. Jonah. Always the wild card, the one who refused to settle for easy answers. He grinned, the kind of grin that masked 1,000 questions. Looks like the night's gathering its ghosts, he said, voice cracking through the silence. I met his gaze, steady now, the flicker inside me growing into a steady flame. I don't just want to dance. I want to lead. Jonah's grin faded as he scanned the street, pulling his jacket tighter around his thin frame. So, what now? We stand here like statues until the cops show up or the melody drags someone else under. His voice was sharp, but there was a tremor beneath it. I caught it, because I had that same tremor, like a low hum vibrating beneath my skin, the kind that never quite stops. Mara's breath clouded in the air between us. We can't wait. Not anymore. You heard what I found in the archives. They're using that sound to wipe people clean, erase them like they were never here. I looked past her, toward the theater's skeletal outline, shadows pooling beneath its windows. The Resonant theater had become a ghost in more ways than one. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear and something else curling in my throat. The melody wasn't just a sound, it was an eraser, a thief of selves. And I was a marked target. I don't know how much time I have left before it gets me too, I admitted, voice rough like gravel. But there has to be a way to stop it. To reverse it. Even as I said it, I knew the words felt hollow. Reversing an erasure was like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Jonah shifted on his feet, eyes darting nervously toward the alley where the faint hum still lingered like a pulse just beneath hearing. You think those people in the study knew about the melody's real purpose? Or were they just guinea pigs like us? Mara shook her head slowly. Some of them might have suspected. But the way they cover it up, the layers of lies. It's designed to make you doubt everything, even yourself. I've seen it in the files. People losing track of who they are, their history, their own names. Her words settled over me like a cold fog. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing the crumpled note I'd found earlier, the one with the strange symbols and numbers. It was the only piece of this puzzle that felt like solid ground, but even that was slippery now. The edges of my memory had begun to fray, details slipping through like water between my fingers. I can barely remember what I did yesterday, I confessed, voice cracking under the weight. If this thing finishes its work, I won't be me anymore. Not really. Mara's eyes softened, but there was urgency beneath the kindness. Then we have to act fast. The longer you stay near the theater, the more the melody embeds itself into your mind. It's not just sound, it's manipulation. Frequencies tuned to your brain's wiring, rewriting your thoughts. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat tightening. You said something about a device, didn't you? Something they used to broadcast the melody? Yes. Mara pulled out a small tablet, its screen flickering in the dim light. Not just the theater. They've got hidden transmitters all over the district. If we can find the main one, maybe we can shut it down, cut off the source. Jonah let out a low whistle. Sounds easy when you say it like that. But those places are locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Surveillance, guards, who knows what else. I rubbed my temples, the faint melody thudding in my ears like a relentless drumbeat. We don't have a choice. If I lose myself, what's left to fight for? Mara nodded, biting her lip. We need to get inside the theater. Tonight. Before the melody shifts again. The air seemed to thicken around us. The street lamp flickered, casting long, jittery shadows that danced with the chill wind. I could smell something faint, damp concrete, old wood, and something metallic beneath it all. The scent made my stomach twist. Jonah glanced over his shoulder. "You sure about this?" "Once we step inside, there's no turning back." I hesitated. My hands trembled slightly, the cold biting through my gloves. But the decision was already made inside me. "I'm sure." We moved toward the theater's entrance, the heavy metal doors standing like a challenge. Mara pulled out a small toolkit. The soft click of picks sliding into place was almost obscene in the silence. My heart hammered loudly, drowning out the distant bark of a dog and the faint, haunting melody that wrapped around us like smoke. The lock gave way with a soft snap. The door creaked open, revealing a cavernous darkness inside. The air was stale, thick with dust and something else, something electric, like the quiet before a storm. I stepped in first, the rough plaster of the walls brushing against my fingers as I slid past. The theater's interior was a maze of shadows and peeling paint. Faint echoes of applause and music seemed to drift in from nowhere, tricking my senses. I blinked hard, trying to shake the illusions. The floorboards creaked beneath our feet, each step setting off a small cloud of dust. The temperature dropped sharply, and my breath came out in quick, visible bursts. Mara whispered, "The transmitter should be near the control room upstairs." Jonah groaned quietly. "Of course it's upstairs." The staircase loomed ahead, wooden steps groaning under our weight. I felt a sudden dizziness, like the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay shifted beneath me. I gripped the railing, my knuckles white, struggling to keep my footing. "Are you okay?" Mara asked, concern threading her voice. I'm fine." But I wasn't. The melody had burrowed into my mind deeper than I thought. Flashes of memories, my apartment, the study, faces I barely recognized, flickered like a broken film reel. I blinked and tried to hold on to what was real. At the top, the control room door was slightly ajar. A faint blue glow spilled into the hallway, cold and sterile. The melody's pulse was louder here, a rhythmic thrum that pressed against my skull. Mara motioned for silence. "Stay close." We slipped inside. The room was cluttered with electronic equipment, monitors flickering with static and cryptic data. Wires snaked across the floor, humming softly with energy. In the center, a sleek black box pulsed with light, the source. I reached out, fingers trembling, to touch it. The moment my skin brushed the cool surface, a sharp, piercing note sliced through the air. My head snapped back, vision blurring. My knees buckled, and for a heartbeat, I thought I'd collapse. Jonah caught me, steadying my weight. "You okay?" I nodded, sucking in a ragged breath. "It's worse than I thought." Mara's eyes were wide, scanning the room. "We need to disable it. Now." I fumbled for the tablet, fingers shaking as I navigated the interface. The device responded sluggishly, but I found the shutdown sequence buried beneath layers of security codes. I sat on the edge of my bed, the thin mattress creaking beneath me as a dull ache settled behind my eyes. The morning light filtered in through the curtains, casting pale stripes across the walls. It felt quieter than usual, too quiet, and for a moment, I couldn't remember why it mattered. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnatural, like the space just before a storm breaks. I blinked, trying to summon the thread of yesterday. The Resonant theater. The sound. The melody. The way it had crawled beneath my skin, winding into my thoughts like smoke twisting through a cracked window. I reached for my phone on the bedside table, fingers trembling slightly, and the screen lit up with a single message. "Are you okay? We need to talk. Please come to the cafe." No name. No sender. The message felt like a lifeline, though I wasn't sure if I wanted to grab it. My reflection in the cracked mirror caught my eye, a pale, almost hollow face looking back. The edges of my memories were fraying, slipping like sand through a clenched fist. I rubbed my temples, tasting the faint bitterness of morning breath and stale coffee from last night. The smell was oddly comforting, grounding. I dressed slowly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my skin. Outside, the city was waking up, distant car horns, the scrape of tires on wet asphalt, a dog barking somewhere down the block. The air smelled faintly of rain and exhaust fumes, sharp and real. My hand shook just enough to make me notice. The cafe was a few blocks away, the kind of place with chipped paint on the doorframe and the faint hum of a jazz record playing somewhere inside. The bell chimed as I stepped in, warm air thick with the scent of roasted beans and cinnamon. At a corner table sat Maya, her eyes sharp and tired, lips pressed into a thin line. "You look worse than the last time I saw you," she said without a greeting. The words were blunt but not unkind. I sank into the chair opposite her, the chair's legs scraping softly against the wooden floor. "I'm losing it," I admitted, voice rough. "I can barely hold on to anything these days. Names, places, even what I'm supposed to be doing. It's like the sound. It's stealing pieces of me." Maya nodded slowly, folding her hands on the table. "I found something. Something about the Resonant theater study. It wasn't just an experiment or art. It was a neurological test, weaponized sound frequencies designed to erase identity, bit by bit." I swallowed hard. "How do you know?" She pulled a crumpled printout from her bag, sliding it across the table. The paper was a patchwork of official documents, emails, and a few blurred photographs of the theater's back rooms. One email, marked confidential, mentioned targeted sonic modulation and covert application. The words made my stomach twist. They're erasing people. Not physically, but who they are, their memories, their sense of self. Like a digital wipe, but in the brain. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And we were their test subjects. The thought was suffocating. I stared down at my hands, tracing the faint scars on my knuckles, the only proof I was still me. But if the melody played again, would I even recognize the skin? "Why?" I asked, barely able to get the words out. "Who would do this?" Maya shook her head. "Power. Control. Erasing inconvenient identities. It's political, corporate, probably both. I don't have all the answers, but I do know this. They're counting on us forgetting. Counting on us disappearing without a trace." The cafe faded around me, the chatter and clinking cups muffling into a low drone. I felt a sudden chill, the weight of everything pressing down like a storm cloud ready to break. But beneath the fear was something else, an ember, faint but stubborn. "What do we do?" Maya's eyes met mine, steady and fierce. "We expose them. But first, we need proof, something that can't be ignored. I have a contact who might help, but we can't trust anyone yet. Not until we're sure they don't want us erased." Leaving the cafe felt like stepping into a fog. The streets were less familiar now, the faces of passers-by blurred and indistinct. I caught snippets of conversation, laughter, arguments, the scrape of shoes on pavement, but none of it anchored me. I was drifting. Back in my apartment, I pulled out the recorder I'd hidden after the last session at the theater. The device was small, almost unnoticeable, but it held hours of those haunting melodies. I pressed play, the sound filling the room like a pulse. My chest tightened, muscles tensing involuntarily. The melody was seductive and cruel, beautiful but poisonous. I thought about the people who had been here before me. Volunteers like me, caught in a web of sound and silence. Their lives unraveling quietly, identities bleeding away until there was nothing left. The thought made me shudder. But I wasn't ready to disappear. I sat at my desk, fingers poised over the keyboard, the words forming slowly at first, then faster. Emails to journalists, messages to advocacy groups, posts on forums where the truth might find a foothold. I poured out everything, the emails Maya had found, my experiences, the theory about the sonic frequencies. If I was going to lose myself, I would at least drag the truth into the light. Night came, and with it, the weight of exhaustion wrapped around my shoulders like a damp blanket. I lay back on the bed, the hum of the city a distant heartbeat through the window. My thoughts scattered, but one thing was clear: I couldn't run anymore. Not from them. Not from myself. Memory was fragile, but so was hope. Days later, Maya and I met again, this time with a small group of people who had begun to piece the puzzle together: scientists, activists, former volunteers. The Resonant theater's facade was cracking. News outlets started calling. The story grew, slow but steady, like a rising tide. In that moment, I realized what I had forgotten: community. Resistance. The stubborn refusal to fade quietly. I didn't know how much time I had left before the melody claimed me entirely. But it didn't matter. I was still here. Still fighting. Still me. And that had to be enough. Later, as I closed my eyes, the sound came again, not from the recording, but from somewhere deep inside, a faint echo of the melody's last note. It wasn't the same. This one was softer, almost like a sigh. I breathed in, cold air filling my lungs. I breathed out, steady and sure. I was still here. I was still myself. For now. Story 5, Shifting Stops, a bus ride through altered reality. The first time I noticed something was off, I was staring out the grimy window of the Greyhound bus as it rolled past a dilapidated gas station just outside Albuquerque. It wasn't the usual kind of strange. No flickering neon signs or broken pumps, just the way the place felt, like a photograph blurred at the edges. The gas station had a name I thought I recognized but couldn't quite place, like a song you almost remember but not quite. I blinked, and when I looked again, the sign had changed. Not dramatically, just subtly. The font was different, the letters spaced out unevenly. It shouldn't have mattered, but it did. I rubbed my eyes, pressed my fingers to the glass. The bus rumbled on, but my mind stayed stuck there. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd been on the road too long. Sleepless nights in cheap motels, the constant background noise of tires on asphalt. The smell of stale coffee mixed with the faint scent of diesel fuel on the bus. That smell, in particular, clung to the air like a second skin. I could taste it sometimes, metallic and bitter at the back of my throat. I swallowed hard. My name's Elliot, by the way. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't get rattled easily. At least I didn't think so. I'm not the type to imagine things or jump to conclusions. But traveling cross-country by bus, month after month, has a way of squeezing your mind into weird shapes. I was heading east, from San Francisco to New York, taking my time, seeing the country in pieces. I told myself I was on a personal journey, whatever that meant. Mostly, it was escape. Escape from a job that sucked the life out of me, from an apartment that felt more like a cage, from people who asked questions I didn't want to answer. The bus was half full that day. I had my usual seat by the window, a little worn, the fabric rough against my jeans. Across the aisle, a woman in a red coat was reading a dog-eared paperback, her fingers tracing the lines like she was memorizing something. Behind me, an old man snored softly, lips twitching with dreams I couldn't guess. The driver, a quiet man named Carl, kept the engine steady, his eyes never leaving the road for more than a second. I tried to focus on the route printed on my ticket, a scribbled itinerary I was always double-checking. Albuquerque was supposed to be a quick stop, a chance to stretch and grab a sandwich. But when the bus pulled in, I noticed the station was smaller than I remembered. More rundown. The signs inside were faded, the vending machines empty or jammed. I stepped off the bus, the pavement warm beneath my shoes, the sun pressing down like a weight. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I walked past a bench where a man sat hunched over a battered briefcase, his face shadowed under a threadbare hat. He looked up as I passed, eyes sharp and too bright for the dim light. There was a flicker of recognition in his gaze, like he knew me or maybe he thought he did. I shook my head and moved on. In the small convenience store nearby, the clerk was a young woman with tired eyes and a tight smile. I asked for a bottle of water and a granola bar. She rang me up without a word, her fingers tapping nervously on the counter. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows that made the aisles seem narrower than they should be. I caught a glimpse of myself in the glass beside the register, a pale face with unshaven stubble and eyes too alert, too tired. I looked away quickly. The reflection felt wrong, distorted somehow, like a funhouse mirror that didn't quite match. Back on the bus, I settled into my seat with the water and granola, the plastic wrapper crinkling between my fingers. The bus started to move again, the engine's hum a constant companion. I stared at the passing landscape, trying to shake the unease that had settled in my chest. Then, a voice. "Hey," the woman in the red coat said softly, leaning over the aisle. "Did you notice the sign back there? The gas station?" I blinked. "Yeah, I thought it looked different." She nodded, eyes narrowing. I thought I was imagining it. But it definitely wasn't the same. Her voice was low, almost conspiratorial. For a moment, I thought I'd found someone else who saw it. But then she looked away, pulling her coat tighter around her shoulders. "I guess it's just this trip," she said, almost to herself. Things start to feel off. I wanted to ask her more, but the bus jolted sharply as we hit a rough patch of road. The moment passed. The hours stretched on, the sun dipping lower, painting the sky with streaks of orange and pink. The bus rolled into a small town, the kind with a single blinking traffic light and cracked sidewalks. I pressed my face to the window, watching as a dog barked at a passing car, its fur matted and dusty. That's when I realized the landmarks weren't matching up. I'd studied the map before I left, memorized the towns and rest stops. But in this town, there was a diner with a faded sign I didn't recognize. The street names I saw scribbled on street corners didn't exist on my map. I could swear I passed through this stretch yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? My head spun with the thought. I shook it off, telling myself I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. But the feeling lingered, like a dull ache behind my eyes. Later, as the bus pulled into another rest stop, I noticed the same 3 passengers waiting on the platform. That struck me as odd. Surely they couldn't be on the same schedule. The woman in the red coat was among them, standing close to a man in a blue jacket who hadn't spoken a word to anyone since we boarded. The third, a young guy with a baseball cap, stared at his phone with a grim expression. I didn't want to draw attention, so I kept my distance. Still, I felt their eyes on me, or maybe I imagined that too. Back inside, the bus was dim, the overhead lights buzzing faintly. I leaned my head against the window, the glass cool against my temple. The road stretched out endlessly, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through fields that looked more like patches of dull fabric than real places. I traced the cracks in the window frame with my finger, counting the splinters of chipped paint. Something was wrong. I couldn't say what exactly, but it was there, in the way the world refused to settle, the way the ordinary became strange under my gaze. I closed my eyes and tried to think back to before this trip, to the life I'd left behind. The apartment with scratched walls, the coffee shop where I worked mornings, the faces of people who didn't know me anymore. It seemed like another lifetime. When I opened my eyes again, the bus was crossing a narrow bridge over a murky river. I glanced around. No one else seemed bothered. I wanted to ask Carl, the driver, if he'd noticed anything unusual, but there was no way to interrupt him safely. Besides, he looked focused, his jaw set tight. Instead, I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing but a stubborn, spinning wheel. No messages, no calls. I tapped the screen, frustration bubbling quietly. Was I losing touch? Or was something else happening, something no one else could see? The bus rumbled on, swallowing miles and minutes, while I sat frozen, caught between certainty and doubt. I didn't know it yet, but that moment right there, on that cracked window seat, was the first thread of a knot I wasn't sure I could unravel. The river slipped beneath us, dark and sluggish, its surface broken only by the faintest ripple of wind. The bus hummed low, tires gripping the asphalt with a constant, dull rhythm. I pressed my forehead harder against the cold glass, trying to steady the swirl of thoughts racing through my mind. The memory of those eyes, watching me, refused to fade. But who were they? Why had no one else noticed? I blinked, hoping to erase the image, but it lingered, as stubborn as the ache in my jaw from biting my lip too hard. The overhead lights flickered again, a brief stutter that made the shadows in the aisle twitch. I looked up. A woman near the front was talking softly to a man beside her, but their words were lost beneath the bus's mechanical sighs. Their faces were familiar, oddly so, but I couldn't place their names. I tried to focus on the route outside, but the countryside seemed wrong. The trees too sparse, like someone had pruned them into unnatural shapes. Even the sound of the wind felt muted, as if a thick curtain dulled everything beyond the window. I didn't want to get up and move around yet. Not now. Not with that feeling crawling under my skin like cold ants. Instead, I pulled my journal from the small bag at my feet. The pages were slightly crinkled from last night's rain seeping through the torn windowsill near my bunk. I'd started writing down the oddities, hoping to catch patterns before my thoughts unraveled completely. Route changes. Landmarks disappearing or reappearing in different places. Passengers who vanished between stops or who looked at me with blank, unreadable expressions. And now, those watching eyes. I scribbled down the last observation, my handwriting jagged, then closed the journal with a sigh. Maybe I was overthinking. Maybe the months on the road were grinding me down more than I admitted. But no, this was different. It was like the bus was caught in some loop, a carefully controlled loop I couldn't escape from. Or worse, that no one else on this bus even realized was happening. A cough jarred me upright. The man across the aisle gave me a quick, assessing glance before turning his gaze out the window again. He was a regular, I thought, a man in his late 40s with salt and pepper hair and a tired suit jacket. I'd noticed him before, but only in passing. Now, something about the way he watched the road made my skin prickle. Like he knew, or was waiting. I closed my journal again, sliding it into my bag. Better not to draw attention. But curiosity had wrapped its claws around me, twisting tighter. The bus slowed to a stop at a tiny, almost forgotten town. The sign read Merrow Creek, though the paint was peeling and half the letters were missing. A few passengers shuffled off, their footsteps hollow on the cracked concrete. The air smelled of damp earth and something metallic, faint but sharp. I stepped out, letting the cool night air wash over me, damp against my skin. This was the moment when I should have felt relief, fresh air, open space. Instead, the silence pressed in, thick and expectant. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long, irregular shadows that made the buildings seem to lean in closer. I walked toward the small diner across the street, the bell above the door jingling a hollow welcome as I entered. Inside, a few patrons nursed coffee cups, their faces blurred in the dim light. The walls were lined with faded photographs, landscapes, old family portraits. One picture caught my eye, a group of people standing outside a bus, smiling stiffly. I recognized the bus immediately. Our bus. But the faces were strangers. People I'd never seen. How could that be? I ordered black coffee and took a seat by the window, watching the street. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a forced smile, refilled my cup without a word. I wanted to ask questions, but the words stuck in my throat. Back on the bus, the night deepened. I sat near the back, pretending to read, but my eyes kept darting to the windows. The landscape beyond was wrong again, roads looping where they shouldn't, trees doubling back on themselves like a bad painting. And still, the same faces. The same empty stares. I tried talking to the man in the suit, the one who caught me watching him earlier. I asked about the route, about the towns we pass. He answered vaguely, his voice low, too calm. It's all standard, he said. Nothing unusual. But the way he said it, it was like a warning. I wanted to push further, but even as I opened my mouth, the words felt useless. The bus shifted, the engine growling as we pulled away from Merrill Creek. The lights flickered again, and for a moment, I thought I saw the woman from the front of the bus watching me, her eyes unreadable. I blinked. She was gone. Sleep came in fits, haunted by dreams of endless highways curling back on themselves, faces melting into one another, the quiet hum of a bus engine that never stopped. When morning light filtered through the curtains, gray and diffused, I felt a flicker of resolve. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was wrong, and I had to find out what. I started by marking every stop on my map, cross-referencing with my journal. Patterns emerged, routes repeating, towns that vanished between days, passengers who switched seats or disappeared entirely. The bus driver rarely spoke, and when he did, his words were clipped, almost rehearsed. One passenger, an older woman who'd barely said a word before, approached me quietly during a rest stop. Her voice was soft, almost conspiratorial. "You notice it too, don't you?" she asked. Her eyes searched mine, anxious. I nodded, unsure. Yes. Something's not right. She glanced around, then lowered her voice. We're not just traveling. We're contained. Controlled. It's why no one else sees it. They can't. Her fingers trembled as she clutched a worn leather bag. I wanted to ask more, but a sudden noise, a sharp bark, a distant engine, snapped us apart. Rain whispered secrets against the cracked pavement as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the abandoned town. She melted back into the crowd, leaving me with more questions than answers. Back on the bus, I found the man in the suit again. This time, he didn't avoid my gaze. I know how that sounds. You're poking at things best left alone, he said quietly. It won't end well. I swallowed hard, but I couldn't stop. Not now. The bus rolled forward, the horizon smeared with dawn's pale light. Somewhere out there, the truth waited, tangled in the endless road ahead. And I was running out of time. The bark had faded, swallowed by the cold evening air, but the tension it left behind lingered, thick and unshakable. The woman's eyes, wide and urgent, stayed locked on mine for a moment longer before she stepped back, slipping silently into the crowd of passengers milling around the rest stop. I wanted to call out to her, to demand answers, but the words died in my throat. Instead, I sat back down on the cracked concrete bench, the rough surface digging into my palms, and tried to make sense of what she had just told me. Contained. Controlled. I chewed the inside of my cheek. The idea felt absurd, yet every strange detail I'd noticed over these past weeks whispered the same thing. The routes looping back on themselves. The towns that blinked in and out of existence. The passengers who seemed to vanish or morph into different versions of themselves. And the driver, always watching, always silent except for those rare clipped words that felt like fragments of a script. I glanced at my map spread out on my lap, the lines and scribbles tangled like a web I couldn't escape. Each stop I'd marked felt more like a cage. My hands trembled slightly as I traced her route with my finger, trying to find an exit. But every path folded back, every road curved into another version of the same place. The bus was a loop. A loop I was trapped in. The bus horn blared suddenly, sharp and impatient, pulling me from my thoughts. Passengers shuffled back aboard, the older woman nowhere to be seen. I stood, brushing dust from my jeans, and made my way to the bus. The driver's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, empty, unreadable. I wanted to ask him something, anything, but I swallowed the question down. I wasn't ready for whatever answer he might give. Not yet. The bus rumbled forward, the familiar jostle of the engine vibrating through the floor. Outside, the sky had deepened to a bruised purple, the horizon smeared with fading light. The landscape rolled by, but something was off. The trees looked wrong. Not quite the same shapes, the same colors. I blinked hard, a dry taste coating my tongue. The smell of diesel and old leather filled the cramped air inside the bus, mingling with the faint scent of someone's cheap perfume. It was always the same. I sat back down near the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. The world outside seemed to pulse with a quiet menace, like a heartbeat just beneath the surface. My journal lay open on my lap. I flipped to the page where I'd scrawled notes about the woman's warning. The words blurred, my eyes stinging from the exhaustion I refused to admit. "Hey," a voice said softly beside me. I turned to see the young man from a few rows back, the one who always wore the same faded baseball cap and a worn sweatshirt. I didn't know his name. None of us really knew each other's names anymore. The bus had that effect, a slow erasure of identities. "You okay?" His voice was low, cautious. I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. Just tired." He shrugged, offering a small, crooked smile. "This trip's been rough on everyone." "I know," I said, surprised by how quietly the truth slipped out. "Do you ever notice things? Like, things that don't add up?" His smile dropped. He glanced around, then leaned closer. "Sometimes. But you have to be careful with that kind of talk. People don't like it." I swallowed. "Why not?" He looked away, jaw tight. "Because it makes you look crazy. Or worse." He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning hung in the air like a shadow. I nodded slowly. "I think I'm losing my mind." He reached out, a quick, almost imperceptible touch on my arm. "You're not alone." That brief connection sparked a flicker of hope, but it was crushed beneath a wave of cold reality. If even he was afraid to speak openly, if the others avoided these questions, then the control she mentioned was real. And it was strong. The bus dipped into a valley, the windows suddenly fogging with condensation. I wiped a circle clear and saw the road ahead twist sharply, leading us not toward the next town I expected, but into a narrow, shadowed corridor of trees. My stomach clenched. This wasn't the route I'd memorized. It wasn't on any map I'd seen. I leaned forward, pressing my nose to the glass. The trees pressed in close, branches scraping the sides of the bus like fingernails. The air smelled damp, earthy, and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. The bus driver's hands gripped the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. His jaw was set, lips pressed into a thin line. I tried to catch his eye, but he was fixed on the road, blind to everything else. "Where are we going?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. No response. The bus slowed, then stopped. The engine idled, the low vibration under my feet. Outside, a figure appeared near the trees, a man in a dark jacket, face obscured by shadows. He raised a hand, signaling the bus to wait. My breath caught. The bus driver opened the door, stepping out into the chill. The man moved forward, calm and deliberate, his presence unsettling in a way I couldn't explain. I watched as they exchanged words, gestures, something I couldn't hear but felt in the tension that crackled between them. The man looked up, eyes briefly meeting mine through the window. There was a coldness there, a calculating sharpness that made my skin crawl. Then he stepped back, fading into the darkness like a ghost. The driver closed the door and turned back to us. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the bus like an item. No more stops for the foreseeable future. A murmur rippled through the passengers. Confused faces whispered questions. I bit my lip, heart pounding. No more stops. That meant no escape. No chance to slip away at the next town, no way to disappear into the crowd. I glanced at the older woman's empty seat just a few rows ahead. Was she still out there, caught in whatever web this man had spun? And what did it mean for me? I swallowed hard. The bus started moving again, slower this time, deeper into the unknown. A sudden chill settled over the room, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath in anticipation. I was past the point of no return. My fingers curled tightly around the edge of my seat, nails pressing into the fabric. The air inside the bus felt heavier, thicker, like it was closing in on me. I could hear the faint hum of voices, low and tense, but no one dared speak openly now. Everyone was holding their breath. I pulled my journal closer, flipping to the last page. The words I'd written stared back at me, a messy scrawl of doubt and fear. But beneath it all was a single, desperate truth. I had to find out who was controlling this. If I didn't, I'd be trapped here forever, a passenger on a bus that went nowhere. The bus rounded a bend, the headlights cutting through the growing darkness. Up ahead, a cluster of buildings flickered in the distance, not on any map, not in any journal. A place that didn't exist. And yet, it was real. I pressed my palm to the window, the glass cold and unforgiving. If this was the reality I was trapped in, I had to break free. Somehow. But first, I had to survive the night. The bus hummed forward, its engine a low drone that seemed to swallow the night. The windows were dark mirrors now, reflecting the faces of passengers who sat frozen in their own worlds, or maybe just pretending to be. I couldn't tell if I was more terrified or exhausted. The driver's words, "No more stops for the foreseeable future," echoed in my mind like a cold command, the kind you obey without thinking. No more stops. No exits. No escape. I stared at the empty seat where the older woman had been. The one who vanished without a trace. The one I'd been sure was real, until she disappeared like a trick of the light. I wanted to believe she'd just gotten off, slipped away while I wasn't looking, but my gut told me otherwise. There was something about the way the man had looked at me, sharp, cold, like I was a puzzle he was already solving. I shivered, though the bus was warm. The stale scent of recycled air and cheap upholstery filled my nostrils, mixing with the faint smell of coffee from the thermos the driver kept near his seat. The windows fogged slightly as we moved deeper into the night, the blurred shapes of trees and road signs slipping by like memories I couldn't catch. I tried to focus on the other passengers, hoping for some kind of connection, a sign I wasn't alone in this strange, shrinking world. But they were all different now. Faces I thought I recognized warped into strangers, their eyes dull or too bright, their conversations stilted, as if they were reading from scripts. I caught snippets of words, names I didn't know, places I'd never heard of. None of it made sense. Like the bus was carrying a secret I wasn't meant to hear. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and glanced at my phone. No signal. Not surprising, but it still hit me with a wave of frustration. No calls, no messages, no map updates. Just dead silence from the digital world. I leaned my forehead against the cold glass, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. If this was a loop, some endless, manipulated cycle, I had to find a way out. Or at least understand what I was caught in. The bus jolted slightly, the tires crunching over gravel or maybe broken asphalt. I caught the driver's reflection in the mirror. His eyes were fixed on the road, but every so often, a flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. Like he was waiting for something or someone. Then the man from earlier appeared in the aisle. The one whose gaze had sliced through me like an item. This time, he moved with a deliberate calm, stepping past passengers who barely seemed to notice him. His coat was buttoned to the neck, collar up against the chill, and his hands were stuffed deep in his pockets. He stopped beside my seat. Just stood there, silent. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "You're watching," he said, voice low, almost a whisper. "Good." I blinked, unsure if he was talking to me or himself. The bus creaked under the weight of the tension. "Watching what?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My pulse hammered in my ears. He smiled then. Not a friendly smile. More like the curve of an item's edge. Everything. The patterns. The breaks. The ones who slipped through cracks. I didn't move, didn't look away. Something about his calm unnerved me more than anger or shouting. I fought the urge to look for the driver, but he was too far forward, focused on the road. "Why?" I asked, voice barely above a breath. "Why keep us here?" The man shrugged, like it was the simplest thing in the world. "Control. Stability. They don't want chaos. Not out here." I tried to make sense, but it felt like he was speaking in riddles or maybe half-truths. My fingers curled into fists on my lap. "You think this is normal?" I said. "Because I don't. I think you're lying." He laughed softly, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. "You're different. That's clear. Most just accept it. They think it's a long ride, a detour, a bad day. But you notice." I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. "Notice what?" He leaned in just enough for me to catch the smell, cigarettes and something metallic, like rust or old blood. The loops. The resets. The missing pieces. The passengers who vanish. "How do you know?" I whispered. His gaze dropped to the floor for a moment, then back to me. "Because I'm part of it. And part of me wants it to end." The bus shuddered, hitting a pile or maybe a bump in the road. The lights flickered briefly, casting long shadows across the passengers' faces. Some looked up, confused, others glanced away, pretending nothing had happened. I stared at the man, heart racing. "If you want it to end, why don't you stop it?" He shook his head slowly. "There's a cost. A price no one's willing to pay." I wanted to ask what that cost was, but the bus rounded a sharp curve, and the windows framed a landscape that made my stomach twist. The familiar landmarks were gone, replaced by a twisted stretch of road lined with dead trees and rusted signs. No more stops, I whispered again. No escape. The man smiled, but it wasn't comforting. Not yet. The driver's voice cut through the cabin once more. Next stop, none. A murmur rippled, soft but tense. I looked around. Faces turned toward the front, some hopeful, some resigned. I caught the eye of a young woman sitting a few rows ahead. Her fingers trembled as she gripped the armrest, eyes wide, darting between the dark window and the driver. I wanted to reach out, to say something, but the man was already moving away, melting back into the shadows of the aisle. The bus rolled to a stop at a place I didn't recognize, though the sun was dipping low and the air smelled like damp earth and pine, something familiar, if only I could place it. The sign outside was faded, the letters barely legible, Miller's Creek. I glanced at my watch. It was nearly 6 in the evening. I should have been miles past this point, but the GPS on my phone flickered and then blanked out, leaving me staring at the black screen like it was mocking me. I stepped off the bus, the gravel crunching beneath my boots, and tried to steady my breathing. The passengers filtered out quietly, some stretching, others checking their phones or chatting in low tones. I watched them, waiting for a clue, some hint that this was just a detour, a glitch in the system. But the faces were the same faces I'd been seeing for weeks, the same people who never seemed to acknowledge the shifts I noticed in the landscape or the routes. If they saw it too, they were good at hiding it. I took a deep breath, tasting the pine and something faintly metallic in the air. The bus driver, a tall man with a pale complexion and tired eyes, leaned against the vehicle, smoking a cigarette. I hesitated before approaching. His eyes met mine, and he gave a nod that felt more like an acknowledgement of shared secrets than a greeting. "You don't usually get off here," he said, voice low and gravelly. "I know," I replied, trying to keep my tone steady. "Or are we?" He shrugged, flicking ash onto the gravel. "No idea. This route's been different lately." I blinked. That admission was more than I expected. Different how? He looked around nervously before lowering his voice. Like it's been rerouted. The roads, the stops, they change. But the company says nothing. Passengers don't notice or don't care. I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his words settle in my chest. "Have you tried to ask anyone? The dispatch?" He shook his head. "It's not my place. Just follow orders. Like everyone else." His words hit me harder than I expected. Like everyone else. I was alone in noticing the shifts, the impossibilities, the landmarks that vanished or morphed, the passengers who appeared and disappeared without explanation. I swallowed hard, the taste of dry pine needles lingering in my mouth. "Have you noticed the passengers? The same people showing up, day after day?" He fixed me with a hard stare. "Some. But it's easy to dismiss. Memory plays tricks when you're on the road this long." I wanted to argue, to insist I wasn't losing it. But the truth was gnawing at me, a persistent doubt that maybe I was more tangled in this web of confusion than I cared to admit. "Look," I said, touching the sleeve of my jacket, feeling the rough fabric beneath my fingers. "I don't know what's real anymore. But I can't keep going like this." He took a long drag from his cigarette and flicked it aside. "Maybe you don't have to." His words hung in the air. I looked around the emptying parking lot, the shadows stretching long and thin. For the first time, I considered the possibility that this bus, this trip, this endless loop, maybe it wasn't just a glitch. Maybe it was something else, something deliberate. I walked toward the small, weathered building near the lot, the station sign barely holding onto its paint. Inside, the air was thick with the musty smell of old paper and stale coffee. A woman sat behind a counter, her eyes tired but sharp. I hesitated, then spoke. "Excuse me. Can you tell me where exactly I am?" She looked up, her gaze steady. "Miller's Creek. Small town, nothing much to see. You're not from around here?" Her voice was soft but held an edge of suspicion. "No. I'm traveling cross-country. But something's wrong. The bus keeps changing routes, and people keep acting like everything's normal." She studied me for a moment, then sighed. "You're not the first to say that. People come through here, confused, lost. Like they're chasing something they can't catch." I frowned. "What do you mean?" She rubbed her temples, then said, "This place has a way of holding you, making you question what's real. Some call it a trap. Others say it's just a mind breaking down." The words hit me with a dull thud. Was this town the source of the changes? Or just another stop in the endless loop? I looked out the window, the fading light casting long shadows over the cracked pavement. "Is there a way out?" I asked quietly. She hesitated. "Maybe. But it's not about leaving the place. It's about leaving the state of mind. You have to decide what reality you want, because this town, this bus, they reflect what you carry inside." I swallowed hard, trying to grasp what she meant. Was I trapped by the bus, or by myself? The thought was both terrifying and oddly freeing. I left the station, the cool evening air brushing against my skin. The bus driver was waiting by the vehicle, his cigarette long gone but the ember of something in his eyes still glowing. I climbed aboard, the familiar seats creaking under my weight. The engine rumbled to life, but this time, I wasn't watching the road with anxious eyes. I was watching myself. The bus pulled away from Miller's Creek, the route unfolding ahead like a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. As the miles slipped by, the landmarks shifted again, subtle and strange. But this time, I forced myself to look past the changes, past the doubt. I focused on the faces, the passengers who didn't notice, who went about their routines unshaken. I realized they weren't trapped. They were choosing not to be. Maybe that was the key. Maybe the loop wasn't a prison but a mirror. I closed my eyes and let the rumble of the bus fill my ears. The scent of pine and damp earth faded, replaced by the faint, comforting smell of leather seats and stale coffee. The road stretched ahead, uncertain but inviting. I was still moving forward. And for the first time in a long time, that was enough. Story 6, City Drift, Commuting Through Altered Realities. The first time I noticed something was off, the morning smelled like burnt toast and rain. I'd started the carpool out of necessity, really. The bus routes had shifted, and the usual crowd had disappeared like a bad magic trick. So, I signed up on one of those neighborhood apps where people share rides. That morning, the car pulled up 10 minutes late, a silver sedan with a license plate I didn't recognize. I hesitated before getting in, the scent of damp leather mingling with the faint smell of pine air freshener. The driver was a man named Mark, mid-30s, unshaven in a way that looked deliberate, like he had better things to do than shave every day. He greeted me with a nod and a tired smile, no small talk, just the hum of the engine and the city waking up outside. The back seat already held 2 other passengers, a woman with sharp eyes and a pale blue scarf wrapped tight around her neck, and a younger guy who looked like he hadn't slept in days, fingers twitching nervously on his phone. They introduced themselves quickly, but their names Lena and Josh felt oddly familiar, like characters in a book you skimmed but never really read. I brushed it off, focusing instead on the city outside the window. As we drove, The streets looked the same as always, the cracked sidewalks, the faded graffiti on brick walls, the early risers with their coffee cups steaming in the chill. But Mark started talking, casually, about things that didn't quite fit. Back in my city, he said, they closed the library on 12th, said it was a safety hazard. Can you imagine? Lena nodded, adding, yeah, and the river park's underground now. Flood control measures, they said. It's weird seeing the water disappear. Josh chimed in, voice low, the subway lines don't even run past downtown anymore. They're focusing on trams. I glanced at them, trying to mask the flicker of confusion that passed through me. I lived here. I knew the library on 12th was open, the river park was as above ground as ever, and the subway was still the city's backbone. I said nothing. Maybe it was a joke, or maybe they were just messing with me. But the way they spoke, calm, matter of fact, made it feel less like a prank and more like a statement. The car's tires whispered over the wet pavement, and the scent of damp earth seeped through the cracked window. I told myself to breathe, to ignore the tightening in my chest. After all, who were these people to say what was and wasn't real? When we dropped Lena off, the car rounded a corner, and I caught a glimpse of a new mural that hadn't been there the day before, vivid blues and oranges swirling across a brick wall where only dull gray had existed. I pointed it out. Mark smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, that popped up overnight. Some local artist. I nodded, but my mind was spinning. I was sure I hadn't seen it the day before. I wasn't known for missing things like that. By the time we reached my stop, the city felt different, though I couldn't say why. The usual smells, the faint exhaust, the bakery on the corner, the distant clang of construction were all there but layered with something else. A subtle wrongness. I stepped out of the car, the chill of early morning hitting my face, and the streetlights flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows. That evening, I noticed my apartment key looked different. The little plastic tag was a shade of green the first didn't recognize, almost a pastel instead of the usual forest. I shrugged it off, blaming the dim light in the hallway. But when I unlocked the door, the smell inside was unfamiliar, not the usual mix of old books and coffee grounds, but something cleaner, like detergent or mint. I blinked. This wasn't my apartment, not really. The furniture was the same, but the cushions on the couch were arranged differently, and a photo on the shelf showed me smiling, but older, like a glimpse from a different time. I sat down hard, the worn fabric rough under my fingertips. My hands trembled, or maybe it was the cold creeping in through the cracked window. I tried to tell myself it was just exhaustion, a trick of the mind after a long day. I was probably imagining things. The next morning, I was back on the corner at 7:15 sharp. The rain had finally arrived, soft and steady, making the pavement glisten. The same silver sedan pulled up, and Mark was there, but his eyes held a different weight, a kind of quiet urgency I hadn't seen before. Lena and Josh were there too, though Josh looked a bit less nervous, and Lena's scarf was now a deep red. Ready? Mark asked, voice low. I nodded, though my throat felt dry. As the car pulled away from the curb, I looked back once more at the city waking beneath the gray sky, wondering if I was still in the right place or if the city itself was slipping away from me, one strange morning at a time. Mark's grip tightened on the steering wheel, his knuckles pale. We don't have much time, he said. The buildings blurred past, a restless hum filling the car as shadows lengthened. Lena reached over, placing a steady hand on mine. Whatever happens, she whispered, we stick together. I swallowed hard, bracing myself for whatever lay ahead. The car slipped through the wet streets, tires humming a steady rhythm against the slick pavement. Mark's voice cut through the quiet. We don't have much time, he said again, but this time the words felt loaded, like a warning wrapped in a secret I wasn't ready to hear. Lena's hand stayed on mine, warm and steady, but Josh was staring out the window, jaw clenched tight, eyes sharp with something I couldn't name. Something was wrong. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 7:47 a.m. The city outside looked familiar but off, like a photo slightly out of focus. I spotted a bakery I passed every morning on my usual route. The sign was the same, but the name was different, Carson's instead of Meldrum's. I blinked. That couldn't be right. Did you notice that? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Josh shifted. Notice what? The bakery. It's different. Mark's eyes flicked toward me in the rearview mirror. You're paying attention now. His voice was quieter, but there was an edge I hadn't heard before. Good. I swallowed hard and looked back at the window. The sky was a dull slate, but the rain had eased to a mist, the kind that clings to your skin and chills the bones. The scent of wet asphalt mixed with something faintly metallic, like an old coin left out in the rain. Lena cleared her throat. It's not just the city, she said carefully. We all change a little after the ride. Small things at first, names, faces, memories. But it adds up. Her words settled in the cramped space between us like a thick fog. Small changes? I stared at my reflection in the glass, trying to find the person I'd been this morning. Was she still there? Or was she slipping away, replaced by someone else in someone else's city? Mark's hands tightened on the wheel. We've been monitoring you since the first ride. The shifts you're experiencing, they're accelerating. Monitoring me? The words tasted strange in my mouth. By who? Why? No answer. Just the steady rhythm of the windshield wipers and the drip of water off the side mirror. Josh finally spoke, voice low and urgent. We're not just passengers. We're observers, in a way. We come from different versions of this city, but all of us have been pulled into this cycle. We think someone's orchestrating it. Someone? The word echoed, hollow and cold. Who? Lena shook her head. We don't know. But whoever it is, they're using us. And the shifts, they're not random. They serve a purpose. I pressed my palm against the window, feeling the cold seep in like a warning. What kind of purpose? Mark's jaw tightened. Control. Influence. Manipulation. Shaping reality to fit a plan none of us can see clearly. The car slowed as we approached a familiar intersection, but something was different. The usual cafe on the corner was shuttered, its windows boarded up. A faded poster flapped in the wind, the edges curling like dead leaves. The street was quieter than I remembered, too quiet. I swallowed. The city felt like a puzzle with missing pieces. Or worse, like a mirror cracked in places but still reflecting a distorted version of itself. Lena glanced at me. Tomorrow, we'll show you how to track the changes. How to spot what's real and what's been altered. Tomorrow? My voice cracked. I want to know now. Mark shook his head. Too soon. You need time to see the patterns, or it'll all overwhelm you. I frowned, the knot in my stomach tightening. Patterns? Josh leaned forward. There's a rhythm to it. Every ride tweaks something small, then bigger. Sometimes a person disappears, sometimes a building changes. If you pay attention, you can trace the shifts back to their source. The car turned onto a narrow street lined with old brick buildings, their walls slick with rain. I recognized this neighborhood, but the names on the mailboxes didn't match the ones I knew. I felt a strange pull in my chest, like a half-remembered dream slipping away. Mark pulled the car over in front of a faded apartment block. The engine's hum dropped to a whisper. "We're here," he said quietly. I exhaled shakily, the sudden stop jolting my thoughts to a halt. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the air smelled damp and heavy, like the breath before a storm. Lena squeezed my hand again. "Come inside. We need to talk." The lobby was dim, the fluorescent light flickering overhead casting long shadows on the cracked tiles. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and something metallic like iron or blood, though I hoped it was just rust. I noticed the peeling paint on the walls, the way the plaster crumbled where someone had tried to patch it haphazardly. The place felt forgotten, left to rot between worlds. We moved to a cramped back room, cluttered with maps, notebooks, and coffee cups stained with rings of dried liquid. A whiteboard leaned against the wall, covered in city maps marked with colored pins and scrawled notes I couldn't quite decipher. Mark flipped on a small lamp, the light harsh and unyielding. "This is where we track the changes," he said. "Everything we notice, every shift, we log here. We're trying to find a pattern, a way to predict the next move." I ran my fingers over a notebook, the paper rough and cold beneath my skin. The entries were meticulous, dates and locations, descriptions of altered storefronts, missing people, strange weather anomalies, nothing supernatural, but enough to unsettle. Lena handed me a pen. "Start writing. Anything you notice, no matter how small." I hesitated. The idea of cataloging these changes felt overwhelming, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. But I knew I had to try. The room smelled faintly of coffee and something else, something faintly metallic again. I couldn't place it, but it set my nerves on edge. Mark's voice broke through my thoughts. "There's more. Something we haven't told you yet." I looked up, heart catching in my throat. Josh swallowed hard. "We think the shifts aren't just random. We believe someone inside the city's power structure is behind this, someone who can manipulate the environment, the people, even the past." I blinked, trying to process the weight of that. Power structure. Manipulation. Someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Who? I asked. Who would do that? Mark's eyes darkened. That's why this matters. Because if they're changing reality to suit their goals, then everything we know, our lives, our memories, our city, it's all up for grabs. A sudden noise made us all jump, a sharp knock at the door. We froze. The knock came again. Louder this time. Josh whispered, "Who the hell is that?" Mark moved to the door, peering through the peephole. No one's supposed to be here. The knock became a rapid series of taps, urgent and impatient. Lena's voice dropped to a whisper. We weren't expecting anyone. Not tonight. I pressed myself against the wall, the cold plaster biting through my shirt. My throat felt dry. The sounds of the city had faded to a distant hum, replaced by the sharp, demanding knocks. Mark's hand trembled as he reached for the doorknob. "Wait," I said, voice barely steady. "We don't know who it is." The knocks stopped suddenly. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from the other side of the door, a voice, calm, measured, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. "Open up. We need to talk. Now." The air in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, thickened. I glanced at the others. Their faces were pale, eyes wide. I realized then that this wasn't just about strange rides or shifting cities anymore. This was something much bigger. And I was right in the middle of it. The knock came again. Sharp. Insistent. I swore I could hear it echo off the peeling plaster of the hallway walls, a staccato beat that hammered my nerves raw. Mark's hand hovered near the doorknob, his eyes flicking toward Josh and me like we were weighing some silent, impossible question. "No one's supposed to be here," he muttered, voice low and tight. I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat had gone dry. The metallic taste I'd noticed earlier was back, stronger now, as if the air itself had thickened. I fought the urge to back away, to disappear into the shadowed corner. Instead, I leaned forward, straining to hear beyond that door. Nothing but the faint hum of the streetlights outside. Then, the knock came a third time, louder, more deliberate. Like a warning. Mark's eyes narrowed. "You too, stay here." He yanked the door open just a crack. A woman's face. Pale, urgent, her eyes darting over Mark's shoulder before she spoke in a whisper harsh with urgency. "You can't trust them." She glanced behind her, then back at us. "They're watching. Always watching." I blinked, the words sinking in like stones in my stomach. "Who?" I asked, but she was already retreating down the hallway, fading like smoke into the dim light. Mark slammed the door shut and bolted it. "What the hell was that?" Josh demanded, stepping forward. Mark shook his head, voice tight. "I don't know. But I don't think it's random." His hand trembled slightly on the doorknob. "They're watching us. All of us." I swallowed hard. The room felt smaller suddenly, the walls closing in. The idea of someone, some force, lurking just beyond that door, monitoring us, made the hair on the back of my neck prickle with unease. This wasn't just about alternate versions of the city anymore. It was bigger, messier, and damn near impossible to escape. I glanced at Josh, who looked equally rattled. "We need to figure out what she meant," I said, voice rough, but steady. "If this is about the shifts, if someone's controlling them, then maybe she knows how." Mark rubbed his forehead. "And if she's right, what then? We're already tangled in something that's changing our memories, our surroundings. If we dig deeper, there might be no going back." "I don't care," Josh said sharply. "I want answers." I nodded, even as doubt gnawed at me. The more I learned, the less certain I felt about anything. Every morning, the carpool had been a strange ritual, a ride with strangers who claimed to be from other versions of our city. But now, the stakes felt real, too real. The shifts weren't anomalies or coincidences. They were engineered, manipulated. And somewhere in the city's veins, someone was pulling the strings. The metallic smell still lingered in my nostrils, faint but distinct. I realized it was the scent of old wiring and cold steel, something industrial, mechanical. Not supernatural. Human. The thought settled like a stone in my gut. This was a human game. The kind of game where people break others to keep control. We sat back down, the room silent except for the faint buzzing of the flickering fluorescent light overhead. I could hear the distant drone of traffic outside, punctuated by a dog barking twice again. The usual city noises, but they felt off, like the soundtrack to a nightmare I couldn't wake from. Mark finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "I think we need to meet her again. The woman at the door. She might be the key. Do we even know if she's on our side?" Josh asked, frowning. "No," Mark admitted. "But right now, she's the only lead." I rubbed my temples, the dull ache behind my eyes growing worse. This wasn't just about strange rides or shifting realities anymore. It was about being caught in a web woven by people who didn't care if we got hurt. I thought about the small changes I'd noticed after each carpool, the missing coffee mug on my desk, the new crack in the sidewalk outside my apartment, the way my phone sometimes showed notifications from apps I never installed. Subtle, almost harmless. But now, They felt like breadcrumbs leading somewhere I wasn't sure I wanted to go. I looked at Josh and Mark. We can't do this half-measured. If we're going to chase this, we have to commit. Fully. Josh nodded. No turning back. Mark hesitated, then pulled out his phone. She left a number. Texted it before she ran. I've been holding onto it, waiting for the right moment. Let me see, I said, my hand shaking slightly as I reached for the device. The screen lit up with a sequence of digits, unfamiliar but precise. I saved the number. The decision felt like stepping off a cliff. No safety net below. The next morning came too fast. I woke to the dull gray light filtering through my blinds, the metallic scent still faint but unmistakable. My hands trembled as I got ready, the weight of last night's revelations pressing down on me. At the usual meeting spot, the others were already waiting. The air between us was charged, taut with anticipation and fear. Mark stared at his phone, waiting for a reply. Josh paced, restless, like a caged animal. When the text finally came, the message was short and cryptic, "Meet me where the city folds." I frowned, the phrase echoing in my mind. I knew that spot. A forgotten underpass on the edge of downtown, where two old highways intersected and the concrete walls bent sharply, folding in on themselves. It was a place people avoided. No streetlights, no real reason to be there except to disappear. We exchanged looks. No one said it, but we all understood. This was the point of no return. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back as we piled into the car, the engine rumbling to life. The city outside seemed different, quieter, darker. I glanced at Mark in the rearview mirror. His jaw was set, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Josh gripped the door handle like he could claw his way out of whatever awaited us. And me? I was trapped somewhere between hope and dread, caught in a current that was pulling me deeper into a secret I wasn't sure I wanted to uncover. The underpass loomed ahead, a cavernous mouth swallowing the car whole. As we drove into the shadows, I realized that whatever waited on the other side, there was no turning back now. The city was folding. And so was my reality. The car's headlights cut thin slices through the thick darkness as we turned off the main road toward the underpass. The place was exactly as I remembered, a cavernous stretch of cracked concrete, stained with what looked like years of neglect. Dampness hung in the air, carrying the faint smell of rust and old gasoline. No streetlights here, just the soft hum of distant traffic and the occasional drip of water echoing off the walls. The city folded in on itself, a hidden crease where everything seemed to pause, like the world was holding its breath. Mark's fingers tapped nervously on the steering wheel. Josh's restless pacing came to a halt as we parked under the lowest arch, the car's engine quiet now except for the occasional hiss of cooling metal. The others sat tight-lipped, but their eyes darted like they were trying to read the shadows. Where is he exactly? I finally broke the silence, voice low, careful not to carry too far. Mark shook his head. The message didn't say. Just where the city folds. Like. Here. Josh scoffed. Great. A cryptic invitation from someone who can't even be bothered to show up on time. I swallowed hard, the metallic tang from last night still clinging to my throat. Sweat trickled down my spine despite the chill. My mind raced through everything we'd uncovered, each ride, each shift in reality, the way my own life was slipping from my grasp, like sand through fingers. Do we even know if this is real? I asked. Or if it isn't just some elaborate trap? Mark's phone buzzed again. He glanced down, then up, eyes grim. He's here. Says he's waiting at the back wall. Alone. A sudden tightness gripped my chest. Alone. That didn't sound like a friendly meet-up. I looked at the others. They all looked just as unsettled, their faces shadows beneath the dim glow from the dashboard. Josh opened his door without waiting, stepping into the cold night. The others followed reluctantly, and I forced myself to move last, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. The air outside was colder than I expected, sharper, and the smell of damp concrete grew stronger as we approached the back wall. It was a vertical slab, scarred with graffiti and peeling paint, the faint outline of something sprayed in black that looked like a map or code. I squinted, trying to make sense of it, but it was impossible to tell where the message ended and the decay began. "Over here," a voice said from the shadows. It was quiet. Calm. Too calm. We turned toward a figure stepping out of the darkness, hands shoved deep into a worn jacket. The man's face was partially obscured by the hood, but I recognized the sharpness in his eyes, something cold, calculating, and all too familiar. "You've been asking questions," he said, voice low, measured. "That's dangerous." Mark swallowed. "Who are you? What do you want?" The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I want to set things straight. To explain why you've been invited to ride with us." I felt my stomach knot. "Us? You mean the others? The ones who say they're from different versions of this city?" He nodded. "Exactly. But not like you think. There aren't alternate realities out there. There's only one. And what you're experiencing, it's not a shift in reality. It's manipulation. Manipulation." The word hung heavy between us, like a cold slap. "Why?" Josh asked, stepping forward, voice steady but tense. "Because the city is changing. Because people like you and your friends," he gestured toward us, "are unpredictable. You see things differently. You notice things others don't. That unsettles the balance." I frowned, trying to follow. "Balance? What balance?" The man took a slow step closer. "The balance of power. Of control. The city's rulers don't want their world disturbed." A shiver ran down my spine. Rulers. Control. I remembered the subtle changes in my apartment, the people in my life who seemed to blink out of existence or change roles overnight. The erased memories, the half-truths. "You're saying someone's been controlling what I remember. Who I am?" My voice cracked. He shrugged, a gesture full of quiet menace. "Not just you. All of you. The rides, the stories, their tests. Ways to see who notices, who resists. Who can be useful. Useful for what?" I pressed, the cold now creeping into my bones. "For shaping the future," he said, eyes flicking to Josh and Mark. "For bending the city to their will. And you're all pieces in their game." I wanted to look away, to run, but my feet felt glued to the cracked pavement. The man's gaze was magnetic, pulling me in like a slow, relentless tide. "Why tell us this now?" Mark asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Because you're close," the man said. "Close to breaking free, close to unraveling the lie. And they're scared. That's why you've been watched, followed. That's why your memories have been edited." A sudden noise broke the tension, a distant siren wailing through the night, sharp and urgent. It bounced off the underpass walls, making the space feel smaller, darker. "Are you coming with us?" the man asked. "Or will you keep wandering blind?" I glanced at Josh and Mark. Their faces were pale, but determined. I swallowed again, the metallic taste sharper now. "We want to know the truth," I said. All of it. The man nodded slowly, then pulled something from his pocket, a small, folded piece of paper. He handed it to me without a word. My fingers trembled as I unfolded it. Scribbled in neat, precise handwriting was a list of names. Some I recognized, some I didn't. And then, at the bottom, a single address. "This is where it all started," he said. "Where they began their work. Where you'll find the answers you need." The cold air pressed against my cheeks as I stared at the paper. The underpass seemed to close in around us, the shadows thickening, swallowing the edges of the night. "You'll need to be careful," the man warned. "Because once you step inside, there's no turning back." I looked up, met his eyes. A part of me wanted to scream, to run back to the safety of my apartment, to pretend none of this was real. The morning air was colder than usual as I stepped outside, the sharp scent of wet concrete mixing with the faint, persistent odor of gasoline from the street. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, fingers brushing against the rough wool, feeling the little pills of fabric that reminded me I'd worn this thing for too many seasons. I glanced down the block, where the carpool usually gathered, the dull hum of traffic already threading through the quiet. Today was different, though. I could feel it, like the city itself held its breath. The car arrived on time, sleek, black, with tinted windows that always made me wonder what secrets hid inside. The driver, a woman named Mara, nodded as I climbed in. She was quiet, reserved, eyes sharp beneath her pale hair. The other passenger, a man called Hugo, sat in the back, fiddling with his phone. They didn't speak much during the ride, just the occasional comment on the traffic or the weather. Normal enough, but that calm was always a thin veil. I had to ask. I couldn't keep pretending I wasn't unraveling. "Did you notice anything off? About the city? Or about me?" My voice cracked slightly, like a child trying to sound sure. Mara glanced at me through the rearview mirror, her expression unreadable. "You mean the changes? The small things that don't add up?" Hugo finally looked up, eyebrows knitting together. "You're not imagining it. We all notice. But it's not consistent. Not predictable." I swallowed hard. "But what is it? How does this happen?" "I've been trying to track it, my apartment, my job, even my old friend Claire. Everything shifts just enough to make me doubt myself." Mara's lips pressed into a thin line. "That's the point. You're supposed to doubt." I frowned, the car's tires humming against the asphalt, feeling like the pulse of something larger, something unseen. Who's supposed to doubt? And why? The silence that followed was thick, the kind that settles in the spaces between words when you're waiting for a confession or a lie. Mara finally sighed, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. "We're not from alternate cities. Not really." Her voice was low, cautious. "We're from different experiences of the same city. Different perspectives. Engineered, to some extent." Hugo leaned forward, voice barely above a whisper. "They used this carpool. Us. To manipulate perception. To test control." My head spun. "Who's they? And what control?" Mara shook her head. "I don't know. But it's bigger than us. Bigger than you or me." I stared out the window, watching the familiar buildings slide past, yet feeling the edges blur, as though the whole city was a painting being altered stroke by stroke. The idea that someone, some group, could be using me as a pawn felt like a punch to the stomach. My hands trembled in my lap. Hugo's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then slipped it back into his pocket. "We have to get off this ride before they notice we're questioning." "Notice? Who notices? I pressed. The watchers, Mara said, voice steady now, but cold. People who want to keep the narrative intact. They can't have us breaking free, understanding the truth. A shiver ran down my spine, but it wasn't from the cold. Fear? Maybe. But also something like determination. I wasn't going to be part of this game anymore. The car pulled over near a small park, where the early morning light slanted through bare branches. I looked to Mara and Hugo, then out at the city that felt both alien and intimately mine. I'm done writing, I said, voice firmer than I expected. I want out. Mara nodded slowly. Then you have to disappear. Make them forget you exist. The words settled like ash in my mouth. Disappear? Was that even possible? I thought of my apartment, my friends, my life, fragile threads I wasn't ready to let go. Hugo looked at me, eyes somber. You can't go back the way you came. They'll wait. I ran my fingers along the worn fabric of my jacket again, the texture grounding me. Then I'll find another way. The ride ended without ceremony. I stepped onto the sidewalk, the city breathing around me in its usual rhythm, yet I knew it was a facade. I walked away from the carpool, away from the strange passengers who were part of something I still didn't fully understand. Back in my apartment, the walls seemed to close in. I checked my phone, my messages, the familiar photos. Everything was there, but subtly altered. My favorite coffee shop had changed its sign. A neighbor's dog was a different breed than I remembered. The sense of unease was a weight pressing down, but so was a resolve I hadn't known I had. If this was manipulation, if my reality was a construct being tested and twisted, I would fight for my own truth. No more rides. No more shifts. I would rebuild from the fragments left behind. I made a list, names, places, details that resisted change. I called Claire, finally. Her voice was steady on the other end, but I noticed a hesitation, a flicker of something unreadable. I told her everything, the carpool, the changes, the suspicion. She listened quietly, then said, "You're not alone. I felt it too, and I've been trying to find a way out." For the first time in weeks, I smiled, even if it was small and shaky. Connection. Reality wasn't just what happened to me, it was what I shared with others. That night, as I lay in bed, the city outside humming with life and secrets, I felt the tension ease just a little. The horror of not knowing, of being shifted and shaped by unseen hands, was still there. But so was hope. I wouldn't disappear. I wouldn't be erased. I would reclaim my life, piece by fragile piece. Silence. Complete silence. And then, the faintest sound of a dog barking in the distance. Familiar. Real. Mine.